Eat, drink, and be Irish all weekend long this St. Patrick's Day.
Aye, Sancha.
Grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's Sports Grill for a St. Patrick's party featuring $4 Green Miller Lite pints, $6 Jameson shots, and $7 Guinness pints. Plus, enjoy Duffy's famous corned beef and cabbage for just $15.99 on St. Patrick's Day. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember,
at Duffy's, our game is always on.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 comedy.
If they were really donut holes, the bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
A stalled vehicle blocking the right lane of the northbound Palmetto Expressway at Coral Way and Miami-Dade and Broward. The westbound lanes of Hollywood Boulevard shut down between Entrada Drive and Park Road. This report sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible. Discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, podcasts, and exclusive Audible originals. Everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. I'm Ron Hersey with Radio 610 WIOD.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Bonus savings on top brands and better sleep are all the buzz at Mattress Firm's Friends and Family sale. Hurry in to save up to $700 with your extra discount. You'll even get a free adjustable base on select beds. Plus, if you see a lower price, Mattress Firm will match it. Restrictions apply.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
March 14th, it's National Pie Day.
I love pie.
Pizza pie or dessert pie.
Blueberry, blackberry. Blackberry, boysenberry. Boysenberry, huckleberry. Huckleberry, raspberry. Raspberry, strawberry. Strawberry, cranberry. Peach.
It's not that kind of pie.
It is about math.
A celebration of the mathematical pi that takes place on 3/14.
You're that nerd.
It's March 14th, which is pi 3.14.
Today is National Pie Day.
National Pie Day.
Let's do this.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we got to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yeah, it's a Thursday. THURSDAY. What? Drop the mics, baby. Get up and shake it out a little bit. I hope you guys are having what a beautiful day. I took a walk this morning with Pucks in the park and fed some swans. It was awesome.
Ducks, did you say?
I don't know what he said. You said ducks? Okay.
Should I dump that?
I don't know.
That was pretty close to
It was. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We're on air.
Jimmy's in house.
Hello and good morning.
And my inspiration is here. Good morning, Francis.
Hi, good morning.
What is happening?
Good morning, Francis.
Good morning. Happy little Friday.
Nice.
Yes.
You guys can get involved with us in 5 ways today. 5.
Wow, we have 5.
Today.
Nice.
You can call us at 877-927-6969.
I figured out that 5th way.
You can text us at Real Radio 47142.
Yeah.
You can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Yep.
You could come to the studio at 3017.
Don't.
What? So you can bring us a pizza.
Yeah. Bring us a pizza. Yeah, well, we're back to that. That lasted about a half a day.
I know. I thought you said you were done with the bring me a pizza thing.
So I mean, cheesesteak.
Yeah, bring 3017. What road?
You can look it up.
Yep.
Go look it up. 3017. Look it up, bitches.
Yep. And then what's the 5th way?
5th way, you can meet me after and maybe buy me a Starbucks.
How about you utilize that talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app?
Jesus.
That's another way.
Yeah,
There's
nice.
the talkback feature, yep.
Whatever.
Search for Real Radio 921, click on the microphone icon, leave us a little voice message.
Nobody can buy Greek anything there.
I'm sorry.
So there's no point in bringing that up, Randy.
I thought get in touch with us, not get in touch with Greek.
Well.
Yeah.
Hi.
You're right.
Did you miss me yesterday?
Hi. I was too busy.
Too
to
busy
miss
to meet?
you.
Oh, well, that's good, though. That's not a no.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Too busy to miss you.
Yeah, wow. It was not, I mean, whoa, I feel good.
What was going on? I feel like I don't know.
Wow. Because it wasn't like, I don't think of you. It was like, no way.
No. I was here till about 5, and then I went home. And I know. And then I did a little. I did a little cleaning for like 45 minutes, and then I left the house, and then we went down to West Boynton to go watch my niece play flag football.
Oh, how'd you do?
And
cool.
yeah, she did great. I mean, she's got a hell of an arm. She's a quarterback.
Yeah, you said that.
But they didn't win, unfortunately. So
did they cover?
But it was kind of bittersweet. But it was bitter. Well, I don't want
Nobody
to say
saw that coming.
I know. I don't want to say bittersweet because my Colombian friends, Monica Mauricio, their daughter Camila was the one they were playing against.
Okay.
Her school, which is a brand new school. Something, oh my goodness, Joaquin something. I don't know. I can't remember the name of the school, but it's new. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's West Boynton. Like that football field was a blue turf.
Oh wow!
Oh, you were looking at it like,
really?
Oh, this is nice.
A little Boise action going there?
Yeah, they're the ones. They're the ones that.
We can't get lights in the studio,
right? Her.
Well, makes sense.
They're called the Bulldogs. I gotta look it up. What's the name of the school? But they are the Bulldogs. But they're the ones who were in the newspaper because Nike and the Miami Dolphins donated their uniforms and
Oh, wow, that's nice.
yeah. So really cool. So it was my good friend's daughter, and then of course my niece on my husband's side. Each team was playing each other, so we were cheering for both. Yeah, we were cheering for both sides. But a fun game. And you said from the I watched her 4 weeks ago. What a difference the team has made. They got new coaches. Thank God. If the last coach is listening, I'm sorry,
wow.
but
if you were the old coach, your face slammed you.
Thank God. Well, not even just that. My sister-in-law, also Christy, everybody was just like they need a new coach. You could tell, like they weren't even just.
They weren't trying.
They weren't trying.
Or they were favoring.
They need a little direction.
Like the girls were calling their own plays. Like the girls were doing their own coaching.
Peyton Manning going.
Yes. So
nice.
These two coaches look like they got their S together.
Like, good.
So and they said, unfortunately, they didn't win yesterday, but my mother-in-law, they go to all the games. I don't know how they do it, all the kids' games, because they're in all different stuff. But she said they won the last 3, so that's good. They're doing good.
They're on a streak.
They're on a streak. Well, until yesterday, unfortunately.
6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds.
No, we're high school.
Oh, this is high school.
Yeah,
stuff. Oh, wow.
we're high school because she is. I told you she's on the varsity team and the captain and the quarterback, and she's a freshman.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
So that shows you how good she is.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I heard female wrestling is like the top high school sport that people are joining recently.
Yep, I saw that too yesterday.
Pretty interesting. I never would have thought that if I had to guess a particular one, especially with like you're showing here with flag football becoming more popular.
Some of these girls are tough.
Mm-hmm.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, it's not like regular football. They're not wearing pads or helmets or anything like that. But I mean, just to see the speed and the arm on these girls, it's pretty cool to see.
I'm sure you're going to see more girls going out for basketball. I think with Caitlin Clark.
Well, this girl, my niece Kelsey, who's a quarterback, she plays basketball too, and she's amazing. Yeah,
get a scholarship.
Yeah, she probably will. She's a very good athlete.
I think Caitlin Clark now is in one of the big ads for Allstate. I think she's just started. I just started seeing that the other day. I think she's in
good
one
for her.
of them. Yeah.
Good for her. I love seeing success like that.
Yeah, she deserves it. So, Franny, scientists tell you the worst time of day, and is it 10 a.m.?
Yeah, no.
About 10:05. More like 10:05.
Downhill from here.
10 o'clock, Monday to Friday.
Yeah, so the worst time of day, and this is based on science, y'all. This is not just coming from me. And they said that it seems the night really is darkest just before dawn for a lot of people. A new study suggests it looks into what time of day people tend to feel their least and the most cheerful. And you said 10 a.m., but do you want to guess? This is University of Michigan.
Well, based on what you just said, I would say it's somewhere between like 6 and 7:30.
Yeah. So we have a couple of them, all right? So based on the research, they determined that 5 a.m. is officially the worst time of day based on mood. That's what they're saying.
5 a.m.?
5 a.m. So, yeah, it says like it seems the night really is darkest just before dawn for a lot of people, a new study suggests. That's what I'm saying. But then it does. It looks into what time of day people tend to feel their least and the most cheerful. I get 5 a.m. Not everybody's up at 5 a.m., but if you are up and popping at 5 a.m., it probably is one of those things like,
you're pissed already.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. You're just waking up. You feel your worst. I mean, I read this article too. And it's like, well, okay, there's a big surprise.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of people have those midday slumps too. It's is it circadian, right? This that's what they call it. The circadian clock and other factors are part of this.
Your internal clock.
Yep. Based on all of that. They also said the flip side, people tend to be in the best mood at 5 p.m. And I bet because they're leaving work.
Now that study says it has nothing to do with there were various times that people went to work and left work. So apparently it didn't have anything to do with that. But
a majority, come on, right? Yeah. So 5 p.m. best time of day, and that's what they said. A lot of people leave work. Interesting. They said wasn't a direct tie as Jimmy mentioned. And they said to waking up and clocking out. They said there's no direct tie to that. I don't know if I buy that. Come on, science.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. You're leaving work, you're excited. You're like, good, I'm done.
Well, even if you get up, even if the majority of people get up around that time, right? You know, I mean, you may not go until 7 or 8 or 9 or whatever, but you know, if you're not sleeping, like Franny or both of you had said there, I mean, a lot of people are still sleeping at 5 a.m.
I would say a majority.
How do you gauge that?
Yeah, I think it's hard. I would say a majority.
Yeah,
70% of people are sleeping at 5 a.m.
They arrived at this conclusion by analyzing Fitbit data from 2,600 medical interns over the course of 2 years. Right. So they had them hooked up.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And so that's how they did it. They said they used the wearable health tracker device results to gauge the participants' continuous heart rate, step counts, sleep data, and daily mood scores. So meanwhile, measuring the interns' heart rates and motion allowed scientists to estimate their circadian time as well as their time they woke up. So, I mean, they did this all via trackers. So, 2 years, too.
Yeah,
they followed these people.
That's a long time.
Yep.
I mean, it really is. It just doesn't make sense for the average person. Like I said, 5 a.m., I would say a high percentage of people are still sleeping. And 5 p.m., I just think when people get done with work, they're, you know, a little bit happier.
And that's what they said. Like every hour, periodically, besides doing the Fitbit thing, they would ask them to rate their mood from a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah. And so then that's when they know that they hit that. The best time was 5 p.m. on average.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that could change every single day based on what's going on at work, your mood, you know, your life, what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something at work might, you know, put you down, and then something maybe in your relationship or something you hear. I mean, I'm sure it goes up and down all day long. We'll do it every day here from 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Just rate our moods?
Yeah,
we have to. We have to. I don't want that information getting out.
How's your
We'll
mood?
do it like the emojis, the sad emoji, the neutral emoji, the smiley emoji.
Angry.
The one that's got like the bleeped out curse words.
Is that what that means?
That's right. Yeah, I've seen that one.
I didn't know what that meant. I'm not good with emojis. I got to get better. Sometimes I get one. I'm like, what the hell does this mean? 877-927-6969. That is the number to call for you guys to get involved with the show on a Thursday. Always appreciate listening to Real Radio 921. Jimmy Kimmel took a shot at Aaron Rodgers last night. Man, was it a
shocker.
It was a slam.
Was it?
My God.
I didn't hear it. I just saw the headline that he did it, and I just thought, oh, wow.
Man.
I am utterly stunned by that.
I am, he's, again, they were quiet for a while, but man, it was, I had it on. I was like, wow, that was pretty good. And Jimmy Kimmel says, so now Aaron Rodgers is going to be associated with 2 losing teams. I was like, wow. Jet fans were probably like, bang. Because there's speculation he might be VP for Robert Kennedy Jr. and the upcoming election.
Well, I guess he was on another ayahuasca retreat when he found out that everybody was talking about this.
Yeah, he was.
He made the news, yes.
Yeah. He's not around. He's not at the Jet training camp.
I wonder if he's going to respond to it. I'm curious.
Yeah, it's just so crazy. But Jimmy Kimmel hit him good. I mean, his writers did anyway. But I was like, wow, that's a down. Now Rodgers is going to slam him back. But he's got to realize.
Probably.
Yeah.
So the claim is because we're like, did he know? They said that they talked together, right? But yeah, he claims that his whereabouts when the news broke that he might run as RFK Jr.'s running mate. They said that he was in Costa Rica doing ayahuasca, another retreat, because I guess it helps him very much so. I haven't read more than that, so I don't know, because you said yesterday that he did meet with Robert
the
Kennedy.
article I read and the Four Letter Network reported that they've had conversations about it. I don't know if they've met in person, but they've had a few conversations about it. So, and I guess Aaron Rodgers didn't say no, because if he did, he would have been like, well, he's not interested. He didn't say that. And then I read that Robert Kennedy Jr. said he's going to make his announcement March 26th.
Okay.
Who's running mate's going to be. So I'm sure all Jet fans will be worried and sitting there saying, what happened? I'm sure Woody called him, the owner, and said, what the hell is going on? Woody Johnson, and said, what's this now? Now you're going to make me miss it? And that would just be the worst for Jet fans if he does decide to run and he's done with football. He's taking another year off. And more free agencies yesterday, again, all over the place. The amount of money that is being thrown around with some players, it is just crazy. And guys are switching teams. So you're going to have to get a program this year and check out who's where and what is going on. Dolphins have been quiet the last couple of days, really haven't done much at all with free agency. Just lost more players than they have gained. But, you got the draft coming up. So hopefully they do pick up a couple people to try to fill a couple voids on defense. I know Messi played last night, and he picked up a W, and he scored a goal. And I'm sure they were sold out again because anytime he plays down there, they crush it in Fort Lauderdale. 877-927-6969. Jimmy, I know you had something about elements that you possibly can control in your life.
Well, they asked people, and this is kind of one of those silly polls that they asked a bunch of people about if you could control any one of the elements, earth, wind, fire, or water, which one would you choose? And apparently water was the top selection on there, but it was pretty even across the board. 25% of people said water, 21% said earth, 17% said wind and air at 14%. But and then some people voted that they really didn't know. So I thought we would do our own survey of which elements that you could control. Which one would it be? Greek, out of which of these elements would you like to control? Money, women, gambling, or fame?
Ooh. This is tough, man. Ooh, I got to write this down. Women, fame, money. What was the last one?
Gambling.
Oh, I'd have to, without a doubt, money. Because if I control that, all the other three just fall in line.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Franny?
I take money. I don't want women. I'm
No.
good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You get your own.
I don't get my own. I don't get the same ones he gets.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Tequila, tacos, time, or travel.
Tequila, tacos, time, or travel. Oh, all mine start with T. I'm going to go with travel.
Travel?
Yes.
All right. Out of mine, it was beer, porn, mermaids, or time travel, and I'm going with time travel.
Are
because,
you?
Yes, I'm going back in time. I'm getting away from this crap. This is a nightmare. This is becoming a nightmare. No, it's just a silly survey that I saw,
That's
and
good.
a lot of people said that they would like to control water out of those. I know that there was a cartoon that this was based upon. Apparently, in the '90s, it was kind of popular. I didn't write that down, did I? No, I didn't. But that's what they came up with. I don't know. It's just a silly survey. I thought we'd have a little bit of fun with our own on there. That's all.
I think it was great. And you nailed me all four. I mean, maybe thinking maybe because if I could control gambling, I could
You can
win
control
a lot of
exactly, and that's what I was thinking with you too. But
because then I know the game's like who's
money
going to
makes
win.
sense.
And then you could just make more and more money. But those are tough. Women you can never control.
Speaking of money,
true.
Yeah, really. Speaking of money, you want to hear what this jerk in England did? All right, so there's a guy in England. He's a real rich, pretentious jerk. Drives around in a $150,000 Mercedes G-Wagon, and he is self-proclaimed that he's rich, right? So he was caught in a handicapped parking spot, and somebody went up to ask him how come he was parking there, and here's his response.
You are disabled? To be honest with you, mate, I'm a very quick person, and I need to be close to the shop to save time. Time is money. Within the 2 minutes that I'm in the shop, 100 disabled people aren't just going to turn up. That's why I'm parking in the disabled bay.
There it is. I'm quick, and I need to be here.
Was this England or Boca?
Actually, England, but the guy's from England.
Yeah.
Maybe he was in Boca at the time. I don't know. But yeah, there's jerks like that. Drive me nuts.
Oh, yeah. People with handicap. We've talked about that.
That was all over social media this morning. I saw that, I heard that audio, and I was like, wow, check out this guy.
What a clown. What a clown. Yeah, and you don't know what he's doing really. He could be flat broke.
And you notice he's sitting in the parking spot, and he's like backed into it, and he's in this G-Wagon. And by the way, did they get rights from you on that?
On the G-Wagon?
Yeah,
I wish they did. I wish they did.
But the whole thing was, it was like somebody's camera phone, and it was walking up to him almost like it was, and you can hear the audio. I mean, it's not like he was surprised to have somebody come up to him or somebody was being controversial with him. So it's almost like he was having it filmed. You know, I mean, I don't know. You just get that feeling. I don't know that 100%, but it kind of feels like it was set up.
Could have been staged.
You know, yeah. You know,
and maybe he's an influencer.
Even worse, right?
Yeah, he could be an influencer. I don't think that helps him in anything he's trying to sell or to get people to watch him.
I don't know what he's trying to do either out of that, but anyway.
That's crazy.
Just goes to show that it's still out there.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely out there. And that's something that if you call people on, they do get a little like, you know, ooh, why are you saying something to me if they don't have a handicap sticker? And I've seen it a lot of times with people. I don't say anything, but you do. If you don't see the little sign.
I think because we talk about it, I notice now, and I noticed one that was like expired in 2022 that somebody was trying to utilize in a hand. It's not my place to say anything, but I'm like, what a douche.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I look.
They probably got it for like some kind of, maybe they had surgery or whatever. Yeah. Because like everything else, your tag or whatever, you have to get a new one. That thing, and I was like, that thing is 2 years old.
No, I do notice though.
It's an expiration date.
Yeah, I see just a lot of people parking with there isn't anything. They don't have anything, and they just park their car. And if they run in someplace or not, and I've noticed.
You had teased one day because you had to take me to the pharmacy, and all the parking was full, and you were like, "Why don't I just pull up right here?" And I'm like, "No, you can't do it."
Well, I wasn't going to stay. I was going to just drop you off.
But I needed a ride back.
Well, that was your problem.
Hey, he got
I was like, I was just running in and out.
He just got you there.
What else you want me to do?
Okay.
I'm just happy that you didn't miss me yesterday because you were busy. So
I was.
That's the big energy for me.
Yes.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're coming back with This Day in History, Trifecta, and a lot more. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
That sounds like some sort of animal. Hit it again? Yee. You can convince me that's a donkey. Well, it did come from a total ass.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Looking good along 95 and the Turnpike this morning, accident-free. We do have some construction here on Okeechobee Boulevard, eastbound before Flagler Drive. That'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Hey, it's a Greek. When I like something, I don't change. I like brunettes for a long time. I'm wearing Armani since I'm 12, and I'm a Yankee fan. And I found my favorite cigar, and it's Vega Fina. Take it from your boy. I love the way it smokes, and I enjoy it. After a tough day, you know my life's tough, it's Vega Fina. If I don't know who to bet in a game, I go with a Vega Fina. It clears my mind. And at the track, I love winning on long shots and smoking a Vega Fina. Vega Finas can be purchased at Casa Monte Cristo and Boca Raton. Puff, puff, baby. Peace.
Weezer, Indie Rock Road Trip. Coming your way, Saturday, September 21st, Hard Rock Live. Weezer, live, with special guests, The Flaming Lips and Dinosaur Jr. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at myhrl.com. Weezer. Don't miss out.
There are products that offer up to a 20% upfront bonus just for opening an account and up to 12% per year for retirement income. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I've heard from other advisors saying this is too good to be true. No, it's not. We are one of the few who can offer products like these because we're independent. We're not registered with a broker-dealer who tells us what we have to sell, and we don't have to answer to a board of directors who prioritize shareholders over clients. So, is an upfront bonus up to 20% and 12% per year growth for income too good to be true? For most advisors, yes, but not Trajan Wealth. The fact that many of our clients come from other financial advisors is a testament to our value. Experience the Trajan Wealth difference for yourself. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Annuity guarantees are based on claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in Florida as Trajan Wealth Insurance Agency.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a new Samsung Galaxy A15 for just $99. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah! Good talk.
Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. In-store activation on single Silver Unlimited plan or higher required. Family plan discount with 4 lines all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos, a better, easier way to get term life insurance, all online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeartRadio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning into Real Radio. Jimmy's here.
Hello and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
And it's time for This Day in History and a Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creaky Trifecta.
Now, when this happened, a lot of people weren't sure if it was going to happen and if it was going to stick, and it may not. Jason Kelsey has said that he wants to be part of the Eagles now with new sign of Barkley. He said he doesn't plan on coming back, but he's very jealous and has a little remorse. So you never know what's going to happen. He still goes to the Eagles facility every day and works out. Maybe by the time football season comes around, he might have a change of heart. But he said he definitely wants to be part of Barkley on the Eagles. He's very excited for the franchise and for him being in the backfield and for him blocking for him. So we'll see. Isaiah Thomas played in the NBA for years, two-time NBA champ. And Michael Jordan mentioned him on The Last Dance. And, man, a lot of people are still talking about The Last Dance for 2020. And this was yesterday. Isaiah is still upset that Michael Jordan called him a bad name in front of millions of people and wants a public apology. And then he said, you know what? Then we could continue our friendship. Isaiah and Michael were friends years ago, and Isaiah says when Michael first came to Chicago, he did a lot of things to help Michael Jordan, and his family also did help him. Michael Jordan and the Pistons never got along. There was a lot of anger between them in their games for years and years and years. The Pistons had a series in the NBA that went down where they didn't even shake hands with the Bulls after the series. Michael Jordan spoke about it, and did call Isaiah an a-hole, and Isaiah's still not over it. I don't think Michael Jordan's going to apologize anytime soon. I don't really think he cares, but Isaiah still cares. He talked about it yesterday on Draymond Green's podcast. And bad news for the Yankees. Their ace, Cole, is being shut down indefinitely. He's in L.A. right now, and he's seeing doctors for his elbow injury. If you're a Yankee fan, that is not good news. He's going to miss some time. He was slated to start opening day, and he won the Cy Young Award last year, and he was their ace. You could almost pencil him in for 20 wins a season. The Yankees lose him, even though they got a good lineup. They are in big trouble. And I spoke about this earlier. Messier did have scored a goal last night and help Miami get a W. And that is your trifecta. First one of the day. Now over to Jimmy for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
Well, let's travel back to the year 1794, where we will start today, and that's when American inventor Eli Whitney received a patent for the cotton gin. 74 years ago today, 1950, the FBI began its 10 most wanted list. 66 years ago today, 1958 was the year the RIAA awards its first official gold record to Perry Como for a smash hit single, Catch a Falling Star. It was the first LP that used Greek's face.
Did you know that? Did you give him permission to use your face?
I wasn't around at that time.
Oh.
Maybe I got to check soon.
Weird how that works.
60 years ago today, 1964, Jack Ruby was found guilty of the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald. It was the first courtroom verdict to be televised in the United States. 56 years ago today, in 1968, after 3 seasons of greatness, ABC aired the final episode of Batman, starring the one true Batman, Adam West. 52 years ago today, 1972, Burt Reynolds was Cosmopolitan magazine's first nude male centerfold. Finally.
Cosmopolitan, huh?
Yep.
I didn't know Cosmopolitan had nude centerfolds.
I guess they did.
Huh.
Maybe they pulled away from it.
Interesting.
He was naked. I don't know if they actually showed his body parts, but remember he was on the cover of it naked.
Yeah, I thought it might have been Playgirl for some reason.
He had the
Cosmo, though.
Didn't he have the cowboy hat from Smokey and the Bandit on?
I mean, I can picture. I just didn't know it was Cosmopolitan magazine.
Finally, 19 years ago today, in 2005, YouTube, The Pretenders, Percy Sledge, Buddy Guy, and the OJs were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And that's what happened on March 14th. Our history.
Thank you, Jimmy. Great job. We do it once a show to reflect on the day that we're actually in. And maybe it gives you a good memory or something you can think back to.
Yeah, well, let's talk about one of your favorite subjects. This has to do with money. I got a topic about money dysmorphia, which you may not have known as a thing, and what the average American spends when dining out. Now, Greek is definitely not the average American because this number is probably what he spends in a week. Yep.
Oh, easily.
Oh, easy. So, yeah, research was looking at into Americans' habits when it comes to dining out. And finds tighter budgets have made it less enjoyable than it used to be, which I totally get, right? Mm-hmm. You got more important things you got to save for, like your mortgage, your rent, utilities, life, groceries, car, than going out. But some people still do, and that will be on the topic of money dysmorphia. But, yeah, they found out that a lot of people, about a quarter, say spending money on a meal, they find it to be stressful. 44% of them have guilt that comes from both the act of spending and how much money that they're shelling out when they do go out to have a meal.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm. But they say that makes sense considering about 67% of Americans are currently stressed out about their money situation. So, yeah, it absolutely does make sense. But when talking about this, G-Man, does this sound like a low number? The average American spends more than $2,500 a year dining out. Now, I know it says more than, but that $2,500, like around there.
Again, like when Jimmy always talks about this, we always talk about it's the average person.
Yes.
Yeah, so that maybe that's going out once or twice a month. I mean, that's basically what it is. So, I don't know. If it's one person, it's probably right on. And it depends if you drink or not. I mean, that's a big thing when you go out to dinner. Everybody knows that. I don't drink.
Oh, yeah. It brings up that tab.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a huge tab when you're drinking. But I guess for the average person, maybe once or twice a month.
Mm-hmm. And about half of people, they're more likely to go out after getting their paycheck than any other time. So they get that paycheck, they're like, let's treat ourselves.
Oh, yeah. I worked hard. That's about $200 a month.
48% said that the time they're most likely to eat out is the day of their paycheck, right after the 15th.
Yep. They said about a third of us eat at least 3 meals out a week, spending an average of $51.70 on them.
Oh, per meal.
That's what it says, yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, again, it definitely could
but
be.
A third, at least 3. So you were saying like once a month, at least 3 meals a week. And that's still that number, that 2,500. A lot of them do fast casual restaurants, right? So it's not as expensive.
Sure.
They're dining at fast casual restaurants around 3 times a month and having fast food an average of 4 times a month. So that is factored in with these numbers.
You can get a meal for under $20.
Yeah.
And places like that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Easy.
Barely.
Yep, easy.
Feels like anymore, right? I mean, we've been seeing more and more, like even in fast food restaurants, some of these burger joints that are over $20.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, the other day we were talking about.
Well, getting like a meal and a meal will be over $20.
Sure.
That's insanity.
Yeah, Five Guys. There was somebody posted it last week.
That's been everywhere.
It's not quite, McDonald's or Burger King, but it's still.
Yeah, it was
But McDonald's in California, I think they were saying, is up there, like $20.
Yeah, Five Guys.
I think $17 was the average cost at like a fast food burger joint.
Yeah.
It was, I think, a bacon cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke. It was $24.
Yeah.
So some guy posted it. I think it was one of the days you were out.
Yeah, we may have not, but I've seen it everywhere.
Yeah.
I've heard people complaining about it, and I've seen that post. But it's one of those things that, when you think about it, Five Guys is good, $24 good. I can go to a nice restaurant, decent, and get a burger for $24, and I'm sitting in a better atmosphere than going in and out of Five Guys and probably like a big, thicker patty.
But do you get free peanuts?
I don't.
There goes that sponsor.
They give away free peanuts. I mean, that's the big
Do
thing.
they really?
Yeah.
Say peanuts, right?
Yeah.
Might have to go check them out.
You got to break them out of the shell.
I like a free nut.
Yeah. I said to the girl, will you take it out of the shell for me? She said, no, sir.
And do tell whatever hack you have, because they don't break it into detail, but they said some people are getting creative to stretch their money, including 24% who've used a hack they saw on social media when dining out. What is that hack? Please do tell.
Oh, my God.
To save money. I would like to know. But some people use coupons, take advantage of special offers, and ordering a meal that has enough food for leftovers.
Okay.
So I do get that. I am okay. I don't care if I'm not a senior citizen yet. I am A-okay with going to an early bird meal and getting those discounts.
Yeah, you'll get
I
definitely.
love happy hour too. You get discount on drinks, you get discount on food. I am one to take advantage of that kind of stuff.
You know, if you want, and again, we might perceive it as being cheap, but you know, those coupon books,
Yeah.
it's a great way to
I
save
love those
money.
too.
And you go to get some nice restaurants. I mean, it's not like it's just McDonald's or Burger King type of fast food joints that are in there.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got different sit-down restaurants as well. So, I mean, I don't know what one would look like in the Palm Beach area, but they're regional. So they'll be obviously for restaurants in this area as well. I'd be curious because, I mean, they're only, I think, like $30 when they come out.
Yeah, $20-$25, something
Yeah.
like that. Because I purchased them. I haven't seen one this year, but I have purchased them before, and they're the big fat books, and it's typically a majority is restaurants. They have other things in there.
Oh,
but you're right. I've
oil
seen
changes. I mean, all kinds of different things. Furniture.
Nice places like Lewis's Steakhouse. That's a nice steakhouse. I've seen those in there. Even when you go on Groupon, your digital one, you can look up restaurants, and a lot of time they have good deals.
You can go to, I think every restaurant's also a website. They might have certain nights that they have certain specials, and you might go there. I've heard people say that to me about certain places where you can get deals if you check out their websites. You know?
Even follow them on social media. A lot of time they post stuff on their socials.
Sure. Now, how about this? Now, in an article that's very similar to the one that Franny was reading. I don't know if you were about to get to this. I apologize.
Okay.
But I was going to jump ahead because I did see this. 77% of Americans think adults should be allowed to order off the kids menu as part of the study, saying that they could save some money because maybe you get a smaller portion, but it's enough to fill you up, and you don't have to waste food. Right? It's a combination of two things. One is it's a little less expensive, and it doesn't waste food. I don't think it's a terrible idea.
If that's your taste, if you want just a burger or chicken tenders or whatever, I typically, whatever's on the kids menu isn't something that I want. But if that's what you're feeling, or if you just want to save money, but there are some establishments that won't let you as an adult order off the kids menu.
You got to sit in a high chair, too.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of like that, actually. It's short people.
I have to, right?
Yeah. We do anyway, right?
Yeah.
And there are some places that you can get half portions. There's a couple of places and it's
some places do
Yeah.
have portions, but a good thing. And of course, yes, you got the service fees tacked on and stuff like that. But if you do want to save a couple bucks with that kids menu option, you could do it probably even picking up. So you don't have the service fees. You can order and pick up. And nobody's going to question you who you're picking up
Where's
the food
your
for.
kid?
Yeah, be like, at home, bitch.
Wow.
Nice.
Coming on.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, that's
At
a way
home, bitch.
that's a way to get around it, right? Like you can just pick up food, order pick up, because they say a third of those people feel embarrassed to
Sure.
order off the kids menu.
Sure you do. You say that because you think people think the person's judging them, like, where's your kid? You know what I mean? But you see, you solve the problem.
Yep.
Get it to go, and then
go.
walk out the back door, come back in the front, and sit down. Go, I got my own food.
I brought my own. Brought my own.
Why are you going through the back
It's
door?
in our bag. Well,
Why-
it was a coincidence.
Let's go through
I saw
the
it
back
on the
door.
ground outside. Just picking up litter.
Did you get that on the kids menu?
So yeah, we're talking about people who are trying to save money, and that $2,500 does seem like a small number, and it is. They said that it's a lot less than it was because we know that we're inflation and just trying to survive these days.
It's like $200 a month. Does that sound normal? Like, or you and Matt would probably be a little bit more normal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we're above that. Yeah,
No, you're not.
above $200 a month.
Oh yeah, I'm saying. I thought you said we're about that.
No, we're above that.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah.
Going out to eat.
Going out to eat.
Okay.
I mean, we go out maybe once a week.
Okay.
Once a week, probably. Yeah, but it adds. Yeah, once a week.
Yeah. So
one dinner is
you're-
$200.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Well, because with drinks and everything included, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Because that's what we save it for the weekend if we do it, and it's
Right.
it's our treat meal. But there are people who don't have money and just like, I don't care, or just don't realize they don't have money. But social media has led to a whole new level of keeping up with the Joneses. And so there's even a new term with it. They call it money dysmorphia. Now, you've heard of body dysmorphia, right? Where you look at yourself, you're thin, and you're like, oh, I'm fat, or vice versa. Like, you don't see what you truly are. And so this is described, right? The distorted view people have of their money. And it's usually from comparing their financial situations to others, right? And then you also have the feeling that maybe there isn't enough, or you just try to mirror what they have, even though you don't. But a lot of people experience this, and the Credit Karma did this survey, but it's really crazy. Nearly a third of Americans experience money dysmorphia. And they said it's even worse for the younger generations, which I kind of get, right? They said it's money dysmorphia is kind of like today's version of keeping up with the Joneses. This is a consumer financial advocate for Credit Karma is talking about this. She said it's distortion between perception and reality. The thing is, a lot of us who struggle with money dysmorphia have above average finances sometimes. Credit Karma research shows another study by Edelman Financial Engines finds a strong connection between feeling badly about your money situation and how much time you spend on social media. They said, but to avoid experiencing money dysmorphia, experts advise spending less time on social media and creating what they call purchase hurdles to force you to think through these big ticket purchases before you do it.
Yeah. Something my dad always said. Always does. You know, if you're going to spend $1,000, think about it for 24 hours at least. And then if you do it, then it's fine. But think of it. Don't just impulse buy it. And especially if you're buying a home or a car or anything huge, you should really think about it.
Yeah. They said it's something that's been a problem for a while, but we talk about it with everything else. Social media just highlights it.
Of course. And if you're on it, you see it. Now, you know, you heard people say like so-and-so's going away or they went here and how come I can't do this? And why am I being able to do that? So, yeah, a lot of people do that and they look at it. That's why they say social media for a lot of people is not a great thing. Anything in moderation, but if you're on it constantly and checking out your friends or what they're doing, you question it. And you just say, man, they live such a good life. Why am I not doing that?
And this crazy. In this article, I was reading that more than half of Americans earning more than $100K a year still say they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Of course. Well, because they're bills. I mean, it's just obvious.
But that, like, when you get to the six figures, in my head, you'd be like, all right, I'm good. I can,
If you maintain.
Yes.
But that's the problem. People spend more. You spend what you make.
Most people.
Typically.
Yeah, yeah. And again, it's also what you're bringing home. That's a big part of it, too.
Where you live, too.
Where you live, your expenses, your car, your auto. I mean, obviously, insurance, your rent. I mean, if it's higher, it's not a problem. I mean, you're never going to be ahead like that. You're just not.
Make six figures, but you buy a home that's, $700,000 or something like that, and you've got a mortgage that's, through the roof, $5,000 a month.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't take long to go through that money. So
very, very true. But yeah, don't compare yourself to others because as it leads to, but claims here, it leads for people, some, right, to overspend on these big ticket items like vacation, home renovations, luxury goods. And home renovation is something you probably think of too. Look at these people's houses and you're like, oh, wow, look at their house. It's so nice. Because of the pressure to keep up with the digital Joneses.
Yeah, another thing, too, is everything's on your phone now. So a lot of times, you'll get bills on your phone from your credit card companies or your rent or something like that. They said that affects people's mood sometimes during the day. Where before you would go home and see it at the end of the day 20 years ago, and it would be in an envelope, in a mail and a letter and stuff like that. And then today, all of a sudden, boom, you get something's out of your account or something came in. And you might not realize some people do what they spend. And then they see it. They're like, oh, my God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But one of the people in this article, I like this. She calls it like setting up guardrails for yourself. She actually deleted her Instagram.
Okay.
And went off of it. And she realized that she was saving money and good money just from not being on social media.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, you get impulse buys, right? In
that
another
too.
place because you go through and you see things. I've done it. I've seen something on social media and thought usually like maybe a crazy T-shirt that I might like or something like that. But it's not super, super expensive items. But, advertising works.
But she's also not looking and comparing herself to others either and wanting what they have too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could even see a restaurant. Be like, oh, that looks like a great place. I want to go there. All of a sudden you pick up the phone, you go there, and you might not even know it.
Yep. Oh, you know how many times I've seen a vacation spot or something looks beautiful? It's like, God, I wish I could go there. I mean, luckily I'm smart enough not to pull the trigger on it, but there's some times where you're just like, take me away.
And again, the power of what they have because those algorithms are built in to know that you like traveling and they're sending you advertisements for Bora Bora.
Jimmy, do you have somebody on hold?
We do. We have Bobby on the line. Bobby's checking in with the Penthouse. How you doing today, Bobby?
Pretty good. Hey, we were talking about restaurant hacks. I've got a little one that I use once in a while. Really the idea this is meant for gifts, but you can use it yourself. At the wholesale clubs, they sell gift cards to all kinds of restaurants, cheap restaurants to very expensive restaurants, and they're always discounted. Like for example, Red Lobster, you can get a $100 gift card for like $80.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So it's just a good way to save a little money.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen them, like you mentioned, at like Costco, Lenora's, which is a local place. I see them there. I think it's $75 for a $100 gift card. So you are saving money. And I always look at them like one day. Yeah. But and then I go there and I spend the money. I should get those gift cards. So thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's meant for a gift, but the heck with that, use it yourself.
Yeah,
right?
give yourself.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, that's right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby, thank you so much for the input. We appreciate it.
I never knew that.
Oh, yeah. I take a look at them all the time, and I'm just like, I should do that. But I just don't.
So you can buy a $100 gift card of value, but you pay $75?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do they have that with gas, too?
Well, I don't think Costco, or I don't know the other ones, but Costco has their own gas, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Right, if they would do that for.
No, I'm just asking, like, if you had a Shell or something like that, the same things.
I don't think they would sell different,
Yep.
other gas stations.
How about even Costco? Could we get a $100 gift card for $75?
I've only seen restaurants. Can I get a Costco gift card?
Yeah. 100 for 75.
I've only seen restaurants. But as Bobby mentioned, I mean, there's some chain ones, and then the ones I mentioned is local.
Yeah.
So they have all different kinds.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. If you want to join in, you could call us, text us, or email Jimmy on this subject, which is restaurants and what do you think the average is or what you spend per year. Let us know. And if there's any ways that you think you can mention to help people save money. Obviously, you have somebody pick up your tab, then you're saving a lot of money.
There you go.
We got some Florida stories. What's up?
Oh, we got some serious stuff. It's going to get deep, and then I'm going to have a lighthearted story, all right? So the first one is kind of funny. This Florida teen who was trying to outrun the cops, his tag was very fitting. Obviously on his yes,
personalized plate?
Yes, it was very, very fitting. And then we have a situation with an intoxicated teenager. What did he do at Gator Joe's in the Villages? I will let you know.
Oh.
And then I have a happy story about a Florida woman celebrating a big birthday. I will give you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Introducing the latest way to hear the greatest station in the world. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Experience the best of the Palm Beaches cuisine in one amazing location. Experience the flavors of unlimited samples paired with exquisite wines and craft beers. Experience the fun of live entertainment and VIP perks. The Tastings Food, Wine, and Craft Beer event is back Saturday, April 13th at Tanger Outlets Palm Beach. Taste the Palm Beaches for only $40. Want to be a VIP and get in an hour early? VIP tickets are just $50. Get your tickets now at pbtastings.com. That's pbtastings.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Looking good this morning along our expressways. 95 and the Turnpike are flowing freely and accident-free. We do have some construction that'll be on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler Drive, blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there with more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more. So we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Joint pain. It's something that can literally stop us in our tracks. At QC Kinetics, we offer a revolutionary specialized course of treatment perfected over 10 years that can eliminate your pain. Our regenerative therapies actually repair damaged tissue, restoring the joint and eliminating the pain, not masking it with drugs or risky invasive surgery. If you suffer with joint pain, arthritis, age, degeneration, or a sports injury and have been told you need knee, hip, shoulder, or back surgery, QC Kinetics offers revolutionary non-surgical solutions with actual regrowth of your own tissue with no downtime and long-lasting results. Call right now and set up your free examination with one of our highly specialized doctors at one of our 6 leading-edge clinics in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami. Experience VIP medical care at its best. Call right now and see how you can get your first treatment free. Call 800-375-1971. That's 800-375-1971. 800-375-1971.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos, a better, easier way to get term life insurance, all online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's a Greek. When I like something, I don't change. I like brunettes for a long time. I'm wearing Armani since I'm 12, and I'm a Yankee fan. And I found my favorite cigar, and it's Vega Fina. Take it from your boy. I love the way it smokes, and I enjoy it. After a tough day, you know my life's tough, it's Vega Fina. If I don't know who to bet in a game, I go with a Vega Fina. It clears my mind. And at the track, I love winning on long shots and smoking a Vega Fina. Vega Finas can be purchased at Casa Monte Cristo and Boca Raton. Puff, puff, baby. Peace.
The winners are in from our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Best Comedy Podcast. This is Important. Best Health and Wellness Podcast. On Purpose with Jay Shetty. Best Sports Podcast. Club Shay Shay. Best Crime Podcast. Crime Junkie. And Podcast of the Year, New Heights.
Congratulations to all the winners we honored.
Hear these 2024 iHeart Podcast Award winners anytime on the free iHeart Radio app.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Discover. If you like using debit over credit, shouldn't you also get rewarded? Well, now you can with Discover Cashback Debit. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cash back on everyday purchases with no fees, period. Check out eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashbackdebit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Greek's Hardwood is sponsored by Vega Fina Cigars at Casa de Monte Cristo.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Ooh, you're back in The Penthouse on a Thursday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Thanks for he's tuning into Real Radio 921. Jimmy's in house.
Good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hola.
And I like that, Ola. Pretty nice. Now time for some Florida stories.
Okay.
Florida.
Florida. Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
So a Fort Pierce man is pleading for the community's help in locating a stolen boat. Now, this is something that happens a lot here in South Florida. In fact, it happened to my husband and I a few years ago, if you guys remember. They took the boat, brought it down to, I don't know, can't remember. It was very far south.
Mm-hmm.
It was more south than Miami. And all that was left was a shell. They stripped the boat of everything.
Ugh.
It happens. We have a buddy whose boat just got stolen too. So unfortunately, it's something that happens way too common, but this boat was something special, as most boats are, to this guy, and I will tell you why. So the boat says, "Fight, Dylan, fight," is engraved into the deck of this 37-foot boat. And it was stolen from Fortress RV and Boat Storage in Fort Pierce. And this Fort Pierce man is turning to the community because this is a boat he made for his son to honor his son's cancer fight. Now, he was like, this is so far beyond just a regular boat. I know I can replace a boat tomorrow. That's not the problem, David Caponis is saying. He said, the problem is the sentimental value that is priceless. I can't replace that. So the boat was custom made in honor of his 12-year-old son, Dylan, who suffered traumatic brain injury after being diagnosed with leukemia at age 6. Now at 12, Dylan has been in remission for 4 years, which is fantastic.
Yeah, great
yes,
pair, yeah.
but he says, I haven't had the chance and opportunity to bring him on the boat yet. And he was like, that's what's really killing me. He said every inch of that boat holds a special meaning to the Caponis family. So, and you can see it's wrapped in a really pretty picture.
And it was in storage, huh?
It
And
was.
got stolen.
That's, ours was too. It was in storage.
Damn.
Right?
Sounds
But
like an inside
outdoors,
job.
so it's outdoor storage, right,
right.
area. Yeah, just super unfortunate. So
And they
he
know
is
what they're
hoping
doing.
somebody can help him.
Those people still, they see the same boat every day, just up there. You know, they're in storage.
Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of boats out there.
I
They
know.
There's
A lot of
no-
marinas, they have them, way up, 5, 6 in a row.
Oh, those are impossible to get. I'm
Yeah.
talking to
Yeah.
some places.
Yeah, but you see all the boats in storage, you just know, and they watch them. That's what they do, which is
Mm-hmm.
terrible.
Yep. So in the meantime, he is asking for help, and there is a. I know the RV, the boat storage in general, they're offering a $5,000 reward too. Yep. So Fort Pierce Police Department posted on Facebook of surveillance images that were taken. And they did see 2 individuals in a U-Haul pickup truck. So they are asking for any help. So if you know anybody or have a tip, Treasure Coast Crime Stoppers is asking, or you can call Treasure Coast Crime Stoppers. And then next up in your What the Florida, we got a drunk 19-year-old named Bryce.
How'd that happen? He's
Right? I know.
underage.
How did he get so drunk right at 19? Drinking. Yeah,
Can't do that.
An intoxicated teen was acting a fool at a popular beachfront restaurant. Bryce James Martin was at Gator Joe's. And they said that he was asked by security, you got to leave, because he was being irate. He was running around the restaurant in a drunken and disorderly manner, being very disruptive, just annoying the hell out of everybody. So rather than leaving, he became argumentative with the security guard. So there was a woman and a husband, and they were with their friends, and they were observing the argument between Bryce and the security guard. And I think she might have been filming, and she dropped her phone, and he noticed at the outdoor deck. And so when she went to go pick it up, he grabs her, throws her to the ground, causes her to briefly lose consciousness. That's when her husband tried to go to her aid, and then he grabbed him by his legs and pinned him against the wall. So not only is he drunk, he's got superhuman strength. They said deputies luckily arrived on the scene on time, took him to custody. Obviously not on time. He caused a lot of stuff, but they were there pretty quick. Put him into custody, noting that, of course, he was too young to consume alcohol. He was arrested and charged with, his charges were including battery and disorderly intoxication, and booked into the Marion County Jail. Next up, when you're wet to Florida, we're going to another 19-year-old, Ashton Jarvis. So Ashton Jarvis was not drunk, but he was driving recklessly. And they said that the Volusia County sheriffs said that he not only was driving recklessly, like he was weaving through traffic, going in and out. But of course, when law enforcement started chasing him, he continued on going at high speeds, trying to flee. Law enforcement, they spotted not just him, but it was 3 motorcycles. And they said that one of them, eventually identified as Jarvis, who they pulled over, his license plate said "Will Run" on it. That's clearly what he was doing. Will Run.
There it is. He's used to it.
They said the deputies actually recognized this from Daytona Bike Week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because then he said he fled from deputies then, too.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but...
Apparently he lives up, it's not like a one and done.
Yeah, but I guess they didn't catch him that time around. And so when they pulled him over this time, they were saying, yeah, we recognize you. He was like, I don't remember that.
Of course not. You got the wrong guy.
Yeah, but not just that. His license plate wasn't a real license plate. So not only did he get busted for that, but he got busted for having a counterfeit license plate.
Oh, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So it wasn't even real.
He told the cops, well, I left my real one at home. You know, this one's just cool. So, but we'll run on the back one.
I left my real one at home.
Yeah, I left my
This
real.
is cool.
My actual plate's at home. This one's way cooler.
Oh, that is so funny.
This one's way cooler.
Jimmy, in Jersey, is there still 2 plates, do you know? License plates?
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah, because it was, right?
And anytime that I see Jersey plates down here, I think they still have one on the front as well. Yeah.
That's funny, kid. It's not my plate. I left it at home.
Oh, no, this is just the one I use for fun.
Yeah, imagine.
And then the most magical place on earth helped a longtime Floridian resident celebrate her milestone birthday by making her wishes come true. Magnolia Jackson turned 106.
Wow. God bless.
And she went to go visit Walt Disney World for the first time ever.
Oh, wow.
For her big day. Yep. She revealed that she got the idea to celebrate her birthday at Disney World after attending the Florida Classic College football game last fall, where she saw Mickey Mouse perform in the fields in his drum major outfit. And she is like, that moment ignited her love for all things Disney. After hearing about her wishes, Disney decided to make her dreams come true. They said when she arrived to the Magic Kingdom, Disney cast members and corporate executives, along with Mickey and Minnie, all greeted her there with smiles, happy birthday signs, music, balloons, and a huge birthday cake.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. She is the oldest living graduate of Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach, according to Disney. And the theme park said that she came to play at Disney along with her friends and family. They said following her celebratory moment, Jackson got a whole tour of Magic Kingdom, visiting with Princess Tiana ahead of summer opening of her new ride. So she got to do that. She also visited Epcot's International Flower Garden Festival, and Disney gave her a special tour of the festival as well. So very, very cool. Happy birthday. And that is your What the Florida.
Wonderful. Any truth to the fact that Jacob on the motorcycle that said "Will Run" is the one that got her to Disney in such a fast pace?
I don't know. I don't think that happened. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I must have read the.
I think you did. Yeah.
Speaking of Disney, how about this guy? So this guy got into Disney World with a ticket that was purchased in 1978. That's right. I said he got in with that ticket. You know how much that ticket cost? $8.
Wow.
They let him in.
No expiration date on that sucker, huh?
Apparently not. So according to this, all right, it may be difficult to believe. 1978, all right. So, but what may be even more difficult to believe is a man recently used it, got in a TikTok video that's gone viral. Matthew Abels says he recently came across a 46-year-old ticket, which was even older than he is. It's been collecting dust since I was born, according to him. But since he couldn't find an expiration date anywhere on the ticket, he decided to give it a try. He said, quote, I was getting nervous there because she started aggressively stamping all over the ticket and the booklet to see, what was in it. But his fears were dispelled, however, when she returned a day-long pass to the park and said, here you go. You can just go right in.
Wow.
There was no expiration on it. A one-day ticket to Disney's Magic Kingdom currently ranges anywhere from $109 to $164. So I think he got a bargain.
Jeez, it's crazy how much it costs.
That's pretty wild, huh?
It is. I did see that Disney is lowering their prices for Florida residents. I think you have to do the multi-day, though, like 4-day or something. But when you average out, it's $59 a day.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. And then for 3-day passes, it ends up being $73 a day.
Wow.
For that.
That's very inexpensive.
It is.
Considering where it's at. It's almost double that.
Yeah, it is quite crazy how expensive it is to get in there. But yeah, I know that they've been running that special starting this week. I don't know how long that's going. But I wonder if that's the case, right? If they don't have expiration dates on it, I wonder if the new one do. And they have to honor it. But I'm saying, but they have to honor it, right? So the prices are going to keep on going up.
Yeah, you buy and hold
So you buy it now, and if you don't just go buy a bunch of them. If you're like, I'm going to go next year and the year after and the year after.
Yeah, and you sell them outside. You make money on it.
I'm curious. I'm curious if there is one on there now.
Right? To see if there's an expiration date on it.
That's pretty amazing. For 1978 and got in. Wow. Because you think like a sporting event, you know what I mean? Everything, concert, you can't get in. It's done. They look right at it. Whoop. And once they hit it with the, the
that's
machine.
their specific games or something like that, right? That's a dated event. Sure. Here's something that, again, you could apply that to anything that's like that, and it's whether it's another amusement park or a ride or something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. And he got in. They said, go ahead. Jimmy, do we have somebody on hold?
We do. We have Matt on the line, and Matt is checking in with the Penthouse. What's going on, Matty?
Hey, good morning, Penthouse.
Hey, Matt.
I want to tell you about my stolen boat, but I am rolling on the Jersey Pike right now, and indeed, they still have two plates.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Thought so.
How's the weather?
Oh, it's beautiful. 71, not a cloud in the sky.
Wow.
Not terrible.
Yeah.
How bad is Jersey radio suck if you listen to us?
Well, no, I'm a faithful listener.
I'm kidding.
Well, we appreciate that,
Yes.
Matt. Thank you so much.
We had a pair of wave runners. We'd only ridden them a couple times. We kept them in a gated outdoor storage facility in Palm Beach. Went to pick them up one day, and they were gone. Okay, great. Never heard back from them or anything like that. The insurance company finally paid off on them, and we decided to get out of the wave runner business, and we wanted a pontoon boat. Found one up in the Pizzle for sale, and called the guy, made arrangements to meet him. His boat was in a storage facility. We met him there, and he's looking around, and I said, is there a problem? He goes, I don't see my boat. And we went to the spot where his boat was, nothing left but a cut padlock. They even took his chain.
Oh, my goodness.
Damn.
It is almost an epidemic.
It is.
It really is.
That's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow. Yeah, so we're out of the boat game for a little bit.
All right.
I don't blame you.
I can see why. Yeah.
So, I mean, my buddy has a boat at the house, and even it's on a lift. He noticed people circling at night the lift, too.
Really?
Yeah, so they'll even go and steal motors and engines off of that, even while they're in the water.
Oh, that's terrible.
On a lift, yep.
That's terrible. How long are you stuck in Jersey for?
The props or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just passing through. I'm delivering New Hampshire tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay.
all right.
Just delivered in Swedesboro.
Okay, well, thank you so much for listening. Hope we're entertaining you, and I hope you have a great trip.
Hey, you too. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's pretty cool.
Have a good trip, Greek.
I don't know how cool it is. It's kind of terrible.
You too. I love that because we all do it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you too,
Like,
yeah.
like a lot of times when I'm getting a winner's prize info off the air, right? and I'll tell them have a good time at the concert or whatever, and they'll go, "You too." I'm not going. But thank
Sounds
you.
fun.
I appreciate that. That's very nice. It's a natural habit. That
It
you
really
have,
is.
Right?
It is. So I got a couple text messages at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. Somebody said, so a Disney ticket is just like a forever stamp. Who knew? I didn't know either. Our girl Sarah B said, speaking of extras, when you submit a vote for me today to be the karaoke knockout, she said today is 2-for-1 votes.
Is it really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
So help her stay in the top 10 because Caught Off is tonight. Then we have, again, from Sarah B, restaurant savings. Sometimes during the holidays, some restaurants will sell their gift cards and give you a free additional one.
Oh, wow.
Like buy a $50 gift card and get a $10 or $15 gift card for free.
Wow.
So it's something to look into. And then I have seen the trailer for this. This looks so good. They said, Franny, March 15th is the movie premiere of Arthur the King. It's a true story about a stray dog that joins a group of extreme cross-country endurance athletes through the jungle of the Dominican Republic. They said it stars Mark Wahlberg. So it should be.
I've seen the preview.
Yeah, it's good. Me too, as the book was.
What's it called?
It is called Arthur the King, and it looks great, and it is based on a true story. So, of course, after the fact, I had to look into the real dog, Arthur, and the guy, and the relationship that they have formed for these years. And unfortunately, Arthur passed away, I think, late last year, but lived along. I mean, the dog, I think, it was very injured, ended up following these people. If you read, I'm not ruining anything. This is a true story. But they ended up adopting him, and the guy lives in Europe somewhere. So they had to make sure that he had all of his vaccinations. He was in, the word is eluding me, what it's called when you take a pet over and they have to be quarantine. Right?
Quarantine. Okay,
yep, quarantine for a couple of months before he could actually have him as a pet. But he lived a beautiful life with him after the fact.
That's nice.
Yeah. So the story looks super cool. And then we have...
Something tells me it's a tearjerker.
I bet it is. Yeah. I bet it is. But we do know that he stays alive because, like I mentioned,
all right,
that was their
fair
that
enough.
was their meeting.
The real life.
That was their meeting, and then the guy who ended up adopting him, they followed. They did more. He followed him or did more of these endurance competitions with him too. The dog did, yeah. So we have Brett from Melbourne listening on the iHeartRadio app. It says, hello, Franny, Greek, and Timothy. Happy little Friday. Says, wow, did you say someone with a Mercedes-Benz parked in a handicap spot? No, he did not. And then it says,
I don't do that.
Who would do such a thing?
I don't do that.
Also, I went to see Greek's favorite band, Godsmack, in Orlando last night. It was a really good show.
I brought him out.
Any listeners going to the show Saturday might want to smoke a little to enhance some of the trippy videos in the background. Great to hear that band's versatility. They play Pink Floyd, Zeppelin, Metallica. And then, this is interesting. We got a Misspeak request on a Thursday. It says, can Timothy please play Greek Misspeak number 14 for Pi Day? Money's on the dresser. It is Pi Day, 3.14.
All right, we can do that. Number 14 is right here.
This is your Greek Misspeak Review.
Johnny C., my boy, is sick. He'll be back in the house tomorrow. We are wishing him well wishes. And there are some women, and I have known them, dated them, that are better negotiators than I've seen guys. They'll take the dentures out of your teeth. You kidding me?
That's impressive.
To me, that's a lot of time wasted that you could be doing something else because you are at the help desk, so I'm assuming your phone rings all day long with people who need problems.
More money.
I need a problem here.
Maybe about 2 o'clock, just go home, jump back in a pillow, and say, hey, I'm done. I'm doing this over again. Come on, girls and boys. Give me some Michigan Maxine.
What?
Just gave up.
Is that how you're ending it?
I think he's having a stroke.
You mean stroke it?
They're on vacation. They got 3 sex changes for the price of 4.
3 for the price of 4.
That's not a deal.
It is.
That is
bargain.
not a deal.
It's a friggin' bargain, let me tell you. I just tried it last night. That's why I spent $200 a month on eating out.
Kara from North Palm says, Franny, we were at Disney when COVID shut down and couldn't use our last day pass.
Okay.
So she said it does have an expiration date on the ticket. It expired before the park reopened. So that sucks.
Maybe years ago, obviously they didn't have it. So that's why the guy got in.
Yeah, but I would I would have fought that. I'd be like, it's not my fault you got shut down. I should get one more day.
I would have thought that they would have honored something like that.
Right?
But I mean, I think also the point there is just the fact
Yes.
that currently they do have an expiration date. And it's funny, too, but like for 1978, you probably, both of you are thinking the same thing. I'm thinking a ticket that's about 2 inches by 4 inches long. And there's like almost no writing on it. It just says Disney Pass, $8. You know, like
Probably.
so simple from back then.
Because you're right. I don't know specifically Disney, but I was at Universal recently, and they do have the dates on those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do.
Like I said, they probably changed over the years. Jimmy, do we have somebody else on hold?
We do have Dan on the line. Dan, welcome to the Penthouse. I think he's...
Can't use profanity. Please.
My bad.
That's okay.
Am I good? Greek, I'm surprised you didn't see it. ESPN Sports Center the other day, they had a big story on that. That's a great. The dog was sick. Frankie had it right. But when they made him, the dog followed them through the mud, through everything, and they got to a point where they had in the race where they have to get on a kayak.
Okay.
Well, the people said, "Well, you can't take the dog on the kayak." So they had to leave the dog after all this. They already fell in love with the dog, and then, sure enough, man, the dog jumped in the water.
Swam across?
Swam after the kayak. Swam after the kayak, and the dude, Michael, who ended up adopting the dog, while the dog was swimming next to him, he said, screw this. He just picked the dog up, put it in the boat, and made it all the way to the finish line.
Oh, that's awesome.
They were saying it was a cool story. ESPN had it. But, that movie is going to be good, I assume.
Yeah,
it looks
You probably
great.
just told everybody the conclusion.
It's a true story. So, I mean, it's not like there's no... You can look it
It's like
up.
watching the Titanic. Guess what?
You know
The
it's
boat
going
sinks.
to... Yeah.
Does it really? Damn it. I heard there's one where the boat doesn't sink. But they don't show that a lot.
But this is a 435-mile race that they did, and
Wow.
this dog went through. Yeah, it's insane.
That's awesome. Well, thank you.
It is insane. Yeah, and your misspeak took the dentures out of the teeth. That was good, Rick.
Yeah. Take the dentures right out of your teeth.
You know, I
You're
work
welcome.
on a lot of this stuff. It
Good
just
job.
doesn't drop out.
It's a show, Dan. It's a show. It's all made up.
It doesn't just drop out.
You guys have a great day.
You too, buddy.
So this does remind me, and I could go through this quickly. I think you saw this, Jimmy, that these were badly named things that could have better names. Did you see this list?
I don't know.
So and the reason why is because dentures was on it. So there's an online forum, and they were like, what is names like so badly that you could actually name better? And people were having a lot of fun with it. Like things like contractions, like a name for a bacon alternative. So dentures, somebody said, should be called substitutes.
Yeah.
I love that one.
How about a lap dance?
Substitutes.
What's another
What?
name for that?
Dance of lap. This sounds a lot nicer.
Nope.
All right. Contractions for women should be called birthquakes.
There you go.
I love that. Any bacon alternative, if it's not real bacon, should be fakin', right?
Oh, that's good.
They said that, we've heard this before, a driveway should be a parkway, and a parkway should be a driveway.
Yeah.
Let's see. Somebody said jet skis should be called, speaking of, we have somebody who's got their jet skis stolen from him, should be called boater cycles. Right? I think that was pretty cute. Boater cycles. Let's see. There was hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids should be called asteroids.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. That's
Hemorrhoids
the
should be
best
called asteroids. A couch should be called a human shelf, which I thought was pretty good. Let's see. Donuts should just be called sugar bagels. And then, I can't say this one, but my favorite one was for boob sweat. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't. Oh, no, okay.
Humidity, but,
Yeah.
got it. For boob sweat.
You're right. We can't say that.
No, it's pretty good. The one, I know, it's so weird. The T word we can't say.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
The odd ones that we are allowed to and not allowed to.
The ones we can't.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're going to come back with you and us, and we're going to give you a trifecta and a chance for another big prize in the Penthouse. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
That sounds like some sort of animal. Hit it again? Yee. You could convince me that's a donkey. Well, it did come from a total ass.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
looking good this morning along our expressways. 95 and the Turnpike are flowing freely and accident-free. We do have some construction that'll be on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler Drive, blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Hey there, car owners. It's Franny. Head on over to GimmeTheVin.com for an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds. They buy everything from $2,000 to $200,000. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll throw in an extra $100. They'll even swing by your place, checkbook in hand, and pay off your payoff. No hassle, no regrets. So don't wait. Now's the time to sell with GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Weezer, Indie Rock Road Trip. Coming your way, Saturday, September 21st, Hard Rock Live. Weezer, live, with special guests, The Flaming Lips and Dinosaur Jr. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at myhrl.com. Weezer, don't miss out.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are, 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
See this garage door? I gotta be honest with you. It's ugly. I mean, successful, attractive homeowner like you, it's time to move on. This is not the garage door your parents thought you'd spend the rest of your life with. And that ain't true with everything in life, don't get me wrong. I mean, honey, if you're listening, you can't divorce me just because I'm no longer the handsome stud you married. But your garage door? The neighbors all think you could totally do better. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Let us show you how many sexy new alternatives there are. Just waiting for someone like you. You swipe right on a beautiful new design, we install everything in a lovely ceremony, and you and your new garage door live happily ever after. For better, not worse. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come make it right. Maybe I should pick up some flowers on the way home.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos. A better, easier way to get term life insurance. All online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy.
The Heat came up short last night, losing to Denver. It was a close game until the Heat got outscored 28-17 in the fourth quarter. The Dolphins today, according to reports, will officially release defensive back Xavier Howard. Hockey, the Panthers hit the road tonight visiting Carolina, and at spring training, the Marlins lost to the Nationals, falling to 6-9 on the spring. The season opener for the Marlins is 2 weeks from today. I'm Matt McCoy.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks so much for tuning in to Real Radio. Jimmy's in the house.
Good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, when Michael Jordan did his 10-part series, The Last Dance, he talked about a couple of ball players that he played with, against, and a lot of these guys were not happy about it. Isaiah Thomas is still mad. He was on yesterday a podcast with Draymond Green and says he wants a public apology from Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan called Isaiah an a-hole. The Pistons and Chicago Bulls did not get along at all when they played against each other. Used to have some brutal games. And one year when the Bulls did beat the Pistons in the playoffs, Isaiah supposedly directed his team not to shake hands with the Bulls and to walk off. And that was the first time that was ever done. And Michael Jordan never forgot about that. So that was his comment. Isaiah and Michael Jordan were friends for years. And Isaiah says, I helped him when he came to Chicago, and my family helped him. And I'm offended, and I want a public apology. Now, this is going back like 4 years. It's amazing. Isaiah's still mad and is still talking about it. Same thing with Scottie Pippen. He didn't like the way he was portrayed. So he has a tour this summer going out there talking about his thoughts of the championship years with the Bulls with a couple other players that were on the team, Horace Grant. So a couple of these guys did not like it and were still mad about it. I mean, if you're mad, call Jordan. I mean, that's the whole thing. I think they're calling out Jordan thinking Jordan's going to respond. I don't think he will, but we'll see what happens. But I think Jordan's way past this and doing a million other things. But Isaiah said yesterday on the Draymond Green podcast, he wants a public apology. Jason Kelsey retired about a month ago. And now he said he's having a little regrets because the Eagles have done good in free agency and they signed Barkley. He did say that he's got a little envy, and who knows if he will come back and play next season. He still goes to the Eagles facility every single day, works out, and is still part of the team and their culture. You never know. Maybe he does come back if he feels the Eagles have a chance to win the Super Bowl and he wouldn't mind playing and getting another ring. As of now, he's not, and he has a lot of different options that he can get into with broadcasting and different things. But we'll see. Maybe he does come back. These are his comments that he is a little jealous. And the University of Colorado, again, keeps benefiting from Deion Sanders. This year, they had their highest amount of kids trying to get into their school. Over 68,000 kids applied. That is huge.
Shocker.
Yeah, just unbelievable. Colorado's a fantastic school. My good friend and attorney, Jason Weiser's daughter goes there. He's been there a couple times to visit, and he's just said it's an unbelievable place for the kids. Great campus, and the Deion magic is unbelievable. Way more in person than you can imagine what you see on TV. And their school is obviously very behind the football program. But that's unbelievable for them. 68,000 kids applied. And you see that a lot of times in sports, especially this time of year in March Madness when schools that are unknown do well. All of a sudden, a lot of people want to apply there and go there and be part of it. FAU, it happened to them last year when they got in the Final Four. And that is your lunchtime trifecta. Peace.
All the kids walk around with the glasses.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that was that's another way. You want to talk about a TikTok or social media advertisement, and you see those all over the place.
The blenders,
too.
right?
Yeah. Is that what they're called?
I think he partnered up with Blender. Is that correct? Right? Those are the type of
he has a piece
That's
of
a
it.
brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he should. I mean, really, if it's his
Just a
idea.
sale of those particular glasses. I don't because Blender has a bunch of glasses.
Yeah, not the company, just those.
Yes.
Yep.
Jimmy at realradio921.com is the email address. Like our buddy Evan checked in. He's asking, the Bears are asking for a second-round pick for Justin Fields. I think that's too high of a pick. What's Greek's opinion on that? Thank you very much, Evan, for that email. What's your got a take on that, Greek?
I don't think that's bad. Second-round pick. Fields, I think, is going to be a good quarterback. I think he was with the Bears, who was a bad organization. And I think this kid, he was the number one pick 3 years ago. I mean, right now it's a shame that he's in this storm and everybody's just tearing him apart. But he's got a good arm, and I think that, with a different team, he'll be okay. He's going to be a great quarterback? No. Second-round pick? I would give it to him. I'm not a first-rounder, but I would give him a second-rounder. And I think a lot of these guys, when they change teams, they do well. I think you're going to see a whole new Russell Wilson this year in Pittsburgh, and people are going to be, oh, my God. But it's a shame that this has gone on, and it gets bigger and bigger every day, and everybody talks about it, and I can only imagine what it's doing to him. For his fans and, family and everybody, and maybe they're not on social media, but everybody's talking about it. And it's also because the Bears have the first pick. And when you're a first pick, if he's the first pick of the draft 3 years ago, you wouldn't think 3 years later nobody even wants you in the NFL. Right. And that's what they're making. But he wasn't with a good team. The Bears are just not a good team. I think with a better team, he'll be okay.
He had a decent amount of success there, too, considering that the Bears weren't all that great, right?
No,
so
they weren't.
Maybe he goes around and turns around Washington. I don't know. But where do you think he lands? If that was the case, right? If he's not in Chicago.
I don't know. A lot of teams have already signed free agents.
Yeah.
They're talking maybe the Raiders, maybe the Eagles as a backup. I read that yesterday, but I don't know. And the problem with Fields that Bears made, and as an organization, again, I'm so surprised with these guys who get paid millions of dollars. The value goes down when everybody knows you want to trade them. That's how you get more when you make like you don't want to trade the player. When you tell the whole world, we don't want him, we're picking a quarterback. They've said to everybody, we're picking Williams. So everybody knows the Bears don't want him, so they're not going to give him anything.
True.
They're just not going to.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bad move on their part. I would have made it more like, hey, you know what? Give me something decent. We'll think about it.
Did Minnesota do anything now that Cousins is gone?
No, I don't. Not yet.
I saw a quick video this morning of him showing up to training camp, Atlanta's facilities too, and everybody walking him.
Mm-hmm. With him and his kids had the blinged out.
Yep.
Let's say Birds or Falcons necklace on it.
Yeah, he's been playing for 12 years, and his wife's from Atlanta. So he said that was a big part of it.
come.
He wanted to go back. She wanted to go back home.
Good little tidbit.
Yeah, and that he said, they have a good team. I think they might win the division.
Yeah, I could see that. They had some success and a bunch of talent last year. So if they bring him in, which obviously the quarterback position was lacking.
Yeah, they have the youngest team in the NFL, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think they'll be good. I think the Falcons will be good.
Well, Franny does fun facts at 12 o'clock every day, so I don't mean to step on your thunder there, Franny. But
take it away.
I've got 5 random facts for Thursday that I thought I'd share with us, and we've got some little bit of sports and some other things that are on here that are pretty neat. I figured fun facts today would be about pie. More than likely, since it's Pie Day, National Pie Day, or maybe National Potato Chip Day.
Potato chips, I'm taking.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
then
I'm
we
taking
know
that.
we got that crunchy thing to look forward to. But here's a couple of fun facts for you. The New York Yankees have had a winning record for 31 straight seasons starting in 1993. That's the third longest streak in the 4 major sports. They also hold the all-time record with 39 consecutive winning seasons from 1926 to 1964. The NHL's Montreal Canadiens had 32 winning seasons from the 50s into the 80s, so the Yankees can tie that mark this year.
Wow.
And probably will, right? I mean, safe to say they'll have at least a winning season.
Yeah, that means
right?
going over 500
Yep.
if you're not aware at home.
Yep. The phrase "throw me under the bus" has only been around for a few decades. The first time someone used it was to describe sacrificing someone, selfish reasons, kind of being thrown under the bus, was in an article in the Times of London in 1982. Here's one that I had no idea, especially when you see things today on social media and other political platforms. The word female is not based on the word male. I had no idea. Male comes from the Latin word masculus, which makes sense, masculine, right? Is how we know it usually. And female comes from the French word femelle, F-E-M-E-L-L-E. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Emma Thompson is the only person who won an Oscar for both acting and writing. She won Best Actress for Howard's End and the Best Adapted Screenplay for Sense and Sensibility. Bradley Cooper
I didn't know she wrote Sense and Sensibility.
Apparently so.
All right.
Bradley Cooper could have joined her this past Sunday. He was nominated for both acting and writing this year for Maestro, and unfortunately, he did lose both of those. Finally, a hole-in-one on a par 5 hole in golf is called, any idea?
No.
A condor.
Condor?
I've never heard this
I
before.
haven't
A
either.
condor. I'm assuming like the bird, right?
Okay.
So it's a playoff birdie to condor, or eagle is 3 under. It's considered the hardest thing to do in golf, and there's never been one done in a pro tournament.
Wow.
And since we've never heard the word, or not really, I mean, how often do you see an eagle? But we know what an eagle is, or a birdie's, that happens quite often. So we know that a little bit more. But there's some 5 random facts for Thursday to lead us in to giving away a pair of tickets to go see Bert Kreischer. Now, he's what's this called? The Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. And there's going to be special guests Dave Attell, Big J. Okerson, and Dave Sodurer is going to be there at I Think Financial Amphitheater Saturday, June 15th. We want to get a pair of tickets in your hands so you can go see the great Bert Kreischer. Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. 877-927-6969. We're doing Who's Most Likely To?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. We're going to play a game called Who's Most Likely To? Franny is going to read a scenario. The 3 of us are going to vote amongst ourselves who's most likely to fit that scenario, and you have to guess who we voted for. So get in the mind of the Penthouse. What would we...
I know it's a scary
pick?
place, but...
Ooh, wow. Yeah. Especially in my head. But get in our mind, try to think what we would answer it, and answer to match that, because if you do match it, we're going to send you to go see Bert. He's going to be Saturday, June 15th at I Think Financial Amphitheater. Bert, big time name, did that movie. I still haven't seen that
The
movie, and I want to
Machine.
see that. Yeah, that was so where he was like a Russian spy or something,
I
right?
didn't watch it either. My husband saw it, and he
Yeah.
said it was laugh out loud
It was-
moments. But I've seen him live do stand up. Such a good show. Just know you're going to see that sexy body, because the first thing he does is
Yeah.
take off his shirt before he does stand up.
It's so known for
And
that,
Whitney
right?
Cummings, who I love, she's part of that tour too. So it's
Oh,
gonna
is she
be-
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. All
It'll be a
right.
great time.
Well, I see the phone lines are already fully packed, so let me get some people lined up here, and we'll get going in a minute.
Thank you, Jimmy. College basketball will continue all day today and all weekend long as the conference tournaments continue on. And the SEC, ACC, the Big East are going on all week. So if you like college football, college basketball, it starts 12 o'clock today, and it'll be going on tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So get on your Hard Rock app and bet and have fun. Don't go crazy. Just enjoy yourself and have fun. And maybe you want to bet on the team that you went to school as when you were in college, or maybe somebody you dated that went to one of the schools. Forbes put a list out again of the highest entertainers last year. Rolling Stones still made $98 million.
Good for them.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. That's all from their concerts.
And, well, they just announced that new tour.
Yeah.
So they're going to bank this year, too.
Yep. Of course, Taylor Swift was on it, and there was a couple other groups on it, but they were artists who sold their catalogs.
Yeah.
Which are bringing
a lot of people have been doing that lately.
Which is bringing huge money. But the Stones bringing in $98 million.
Not surprised.
That's crushing it.
Was U2 up there for their Sphere?
I didn't see U2 in the
residency.
I only saw like the first 5.
Okay.
Genesis was in there. Springsteen was in there.
Genesis was in there, huh?
Yeah, because I think they sold the catalog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the Rolling Stones, but I was still impressed by them, by $98 million. And obviously, their age that they're still on tour on a regular basis.
Good for them.
And not stopping.
Mick Jagger talks about it. He works out. He goes to the gym. He exercises because you got to have that stamina.
Oh, forget it. The way he does.
Mm-hmm.
I thought when Charlie Watts passed away, though, they might, you never know. But they still have, obviously, Keith Richards and Ronnie Woods keeping it going. But the Stones, $98 million.
Getting it.
Yeah, they are. Taylor Swift obviously was at, I think, number 2. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready. We're starting today's contest with Mark. Mark, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, buddy?
Pretty good. How y'all doing?
We're doing super, Mark. Are you a big fan of comedy?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, so we're going to play Who's Most Likely To, Mark. And this is pretty simple. I'm just going to ask Who's Most Likely To scenario. And you have to guess, is it going to be Greek, Jimmy, or myself? Just give us a moment to silently place our votes, and then Jimmy will cue you up for your answer. So this one is very much to the point here. Out of the 3 of us, Jimmy, Greek, or myself, Franny, who is most likely to get arrested?
All right, we have our answer. Out of the 3 of us, Mark, Greek, Francis, or myself, Jimmy, who is most likely to get arrested?
I'm going to go with Franny on that one.
Boy, that was quick. You voted as quick as we did,
Yeah,
Mark.
we voted pretty damn quickly, too.
No, but you don't get anything extra. But what do you think she'd get arrested for?
Oh, man. I don't want to put a DUI on her or anything, but something drinking related. I'm good.
Wow. That's brutal.
I mean, it's not far-fetched. Definitely not because I take ride shares.
Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely not that.
But
I'm responsible when it comes to that, other than that.
But he's not saying anything bad.
No.
Yeah, like the DUI.
I voted for myself as quickly as you guys voted for me, so I get it.
Well, I just did out of habit. That's pretty good. Congratulations.
Mark, great job. If you would hang tight for a couple minutes, I'm going to get back on the line with you here in a couple minutes, and we'll get you set up with those tickets to go see Burt Kreischer. Okay, bud?
Awesome. Thank you.
Congrats.
All right, nice. That's how you do it right there, kids.
Good job. Thank you, Jimmy. And tomorrow, I believe we're giving away tickets to Sunfest. So if you're going to go to Sunfest, make sure you listen to the show. You should always listen to the show because you're getting entertained. But tomorrow's Sunfest.
Speaking of really cool events that are going on, we haven't talked because it's less than a month away. Yesterday, it was exactly a month away, but that Tastings food, wine, craft beer, music event is back. Yep, this is our very own event here at iHeart, all the stations under this beautiful umbrella, including Real Radio. It's happening again, same place, Tanger Outlets, April 13th from 4 to 7. Now, I can see some of these vendors, and they're still adding more, and we got some good stuff. The Cooper, fantastic place. Yeah. Yep, they even have Drive Shack on there.
Oh, cool.
The Yard House, your favorite, Jimmy, BJ's Restaurant and Brew House will be there, too.
Probably going to be eating there that night, too.
I'm sure. Yeah, because it's right there.
Yeah, my wife's going to be down, and we're going to make a night of it.
Oh, fun.
So we're going to do
get
tastings.
a hotel room?
Yep, right across the street at the Best Western
Good
there.
for you.
So we already got that booked up, so we can have fun. This year, I can have a couple of drinks with everybody and not have to worry about driving home. So
good thinking ahead. Yeah, that's going to be there, and plus a bunch of other restaurants. But if you like wine, craft beer, spirits, Aces Cider, Hop Life Brewing, the Tasting Room, Mom Water. I love that. It's canned drinks. They call Mom Water, and they're all like different names, like Karen. And it's
like
actually
seltzer?
It's
That's
actually
cool.
they're the ones that I've had are flat. Like water, not like a seltzer.
Just water.
But it's got booze in it.
Oh,
but it's flat. It's not bubbly with booze. It's good. That's why they call it Mom Water. It's got to have alcohol in it, right?
Love it.
Crazy Uncle Mike's, of course. Knox and Dunn will be there. What's up, Chris? And they said tickets starting right now. Get them in advance, okay? Because there's $35 right now in advance. You get all your details. Plus, you can purchase limited. Because they have limited VIP tickets while they last, right? That is pbtastings.com. pbtastings.com to get all your information and purchase your tickets.
Yeah, go get them now. Save a couple bucks.
Yes.
You know you're going to go.
Might as well.
Yeah, it's always a great time, and you'll have a good time enjoying yourself and trying out a lot of different foods and restaurants, which is great. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved. You can call us. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. I did talk about Colorado, where Deion Sanders is there the last couple of years, and their kids are applying. 68,000 are going. You think it has anything to do with marijuana being okay out there? That's legal?
It's legal in a lot of places now.
Yeah. That's because there's plenty of universities in California that could attract kids for that reason. So I would say Deion is probably the bigger draw there than anything.
Is it legal in California, both?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of states, G-Man.
I didn't know. But yeah, and again, Jason Weiser, our good friend, his daughter goes there, and he visits her a couple times a year. He said it's just unbelievable.
I did see was it Oregon that had a couple of years ago they
decriminalized the hard drugs?
Decriminalized some of the harder drugs like heroin and mushrooms and things like that. Well, they're changing that because they saw what
they're like. Whoops, that was a bad idea.
Bad idea, real bad idea.
Yep, I saw that. They're like, well, when they did it, everyone's like, what the heck is going on? And I think they'd realized, that was not the brightest thing to do.
Not
the hard drugs, right? Like heroin and meth or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you got to have a bit of control over that.
And there was a couple articles, and I think even on the news they were talking about some states are going to lower the level for alcohol when you're drinking. They're going to drop that from, I think, the 08 to 05.
For driving?
For driving. And they feel that that's going to obviously reduce many accidents and people obviously dying on a highway. I know Hawaii is one of the first ones that's supposed to be doing it.
Okay.
A couple other states.
Do they have a big problem with?
No, they just want to reduce it. That's it. They said other states.
It's 0.05.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's 08.
I'm not surprised to see that. Yeah.
Right now,
I think it's 08.
0.08. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much across the board.
Yes,
I think, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, and then they said their Y is going to 0.05.
Now, you have a friend that's a pilot, right? A commercial pilot.
Yes.
If I remember right, Franny, and he can probably let us know through the text line or a way of getting in touch with you. But I'm almost positive for flying, it's 0.04.
Oh, really?
If I remember correctly in my.
You would think, right? It'd be way lower. You got all these people's lives in your hands.
You would hope.
That was way back when. And also, there was another rule with it that you couldn't have consumed an alcoholic beverage within the last 8 hours prior to a flight when you take off. So it's both. You have to have both. It's not just one or the other. So, you would have been really smacked to be over 0.04.
Right.
After 8 hours.
2 nights before.
Right. Yeah. So.
Do they get checked before they go on every time?
I would think so.
I don't know.
Right? You would hope. Maybe
I don't know. I'm just the way Jimmy's saying, 8 hours. I was wondering, did they check it?
And that's why I like knowing that you have a friend there that does it for a living commercially, because I don't know the commercial side of it too much. There's a couple things I know, like they get a medical card every 6 months instead of 2 years, like I did, because private pilot is different. And then of course he's all instrument rated, and there's whole different thing when you're carrying passengers, right? So there's a bunch of different regulations, and maybe he knows, but I've never seen a pilot. I mean, I've seen them walk through the airport, get right onto the plane. I don't see where they do any sort of like a breathalyzer or anything like that.
Yeah,
So
I guess you're right. I haven't
know.
observed that either.
No.
What do you think would be more of a deterrent for drinking? Do you think if they lowered the amount or they made the penalty even stiffer at 08?
I mean, the penalty is pretty stiff as it. I know it could be stiffer, and people are still drinking and driving.
No, I know.
I mean,
but I'm saying, in your opinion, what do you think?
It can ruin your life, and it still happens, and other people's.
Yeah. Well, and kill people, lose
That's what I'm
lives,
saying. Yeah,
you know. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if you really, really, really want to get rid of it, I mean, there's going to be people that'll argue against it, but make it so that you've got to breathe into something to start your car. Like they do after you've had
multiple DUIs,
DUIs, right?
Yeah, they
have,
do that
have
now.
something like that where it's the only way you can operate the vehicle is to prove that you're not. I mean, very similar to what you just asked about pilots getting on a plane. Whether they do. I mean, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know.
And again, even at that, there's people can always get around it. I know that. Save the emails and texts. I know that you can have somebody do it for you, or maybe there's something a device you can connect to it. I don't know. It's just something that I think about. Like how do you prevent this stuff from happening? Making it what's it about $10,000, $15,000 now to get through it with the penalties and everything.
Yeah,
if you make it $50,000, is that enough to deter people from doing it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it will. I think people just, when they're out, they're drinking, they don't think they're drunk, and they get behind the wheel.
Somebody who has a CDL, commercial driver here, they said their limit is 0.02 no matter what you drive.
Yes.
That came through the text line.
And it's not in the state of Florida, it's not a $10,000 fine. That's what they say.
You're saying once you fees.
That's what I mean.
And if you do hire an attorney too.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, if they made it that, then it'd be that'd be a big difference.
Insurance that goes up once you do get your license back. Obviously, that's kind of factored into that number that we use of $10,000 or $15,000. But so I mean, even if it's even if it is super high, like 4 or 5 times the amount.
Yeah.
I mean, will that deter people from doing it?
I think
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for that.
Now in Florida, I don't know the other states, but in Florida, even if you get a DUI, you could still drive to work. You're still allowed to drive to work.
I think you have to apply for that.
Yeah, but they give it to basically everybody.
Right. It's a hardship.
Hardship license or something.
Now, I don't know.
I've heard of that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's every state.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a.
You would think there's got to be something to get, because how else are you going to survive and pay for things? I think that most states would have some kind of specialty license if you do get a DUI, so you can go to work, and from.
They might now. I remember when I was living in New Jersey, in the place that I worked at, there was a guy that got a DUI, and we had to go pick him up every day and take him to, because we were a service company, so we worked on heating equipment. So he had to ride around with somebody else while he was without a license. So there was no hardship license there then at that time. Now there might be now. So
And like everything else, every state's different.
Yeah.
Again, this is something they're just talking about, but they said Hawaii is pretty close to adopting it. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thank you. We'll be back in a few minutes with some fun facts.
We're everywhere you need to be. I've been everywhere, man. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Looking good this morning along our expressways. 95 and the Turnpike are flowing freely and accident-free. We do have some construction that'll be on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler Drive, blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
Hey, it's a Greek. When I like something, I don't change. I like brunettes for a long time. I'm wearing Armani since I'm 12, and I'm a Yankee fan. And I found my favorite cigar, and it's Vega Fina. Take it from your boy. I love the way it smokes, and I enjoy it after a tough day. You know my life's tough. It's Vega Fina. If I don't know who to bet in a game, I go with a Vega Fina. It clears my mind. And at the track, I love winning on long shots and smoking a Vega Fina. Vega Finas can be purchased at Casa de Monte Cristo and Boca Raton. Puff, puff, baby. Pay Peace!
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk, too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's a Greek for an iHeartRadio for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Anything you're doing always makes it a better time with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Maybe you're playing some golf with your friends. After a long 18 holes, have some Tito's. Having some people over, just kicking back and having a cigar? Bring some Tito's. Or maybe you're on a boat fishing. Bring some Tito's. Tito's goes good with everything and makes every good time a great time. It's Tito's Handmade Vodka. Add it to any situation. Peace.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 Comedy.
If they were really donut holes, the bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center, have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Get ready for the Twist competition. March 22nd at Hop Life in Port St. Lucie. Hop Life's The Twist competition starts at 8:30 and last person standing wins. Dress in your best 50s attire for a chance to win the Best Dressed contest. The Hop Life PSL online at hoplife.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Networks make it possible to share data from lots of places, like a bird sanctuary.
Good eye. There is a typo. Thanks.
But to make them powerful enough to deliver new opportunities at the edge, you need CDW and Aruba. CDW experts can help design and implement an Aruba Edge Services platform, which unifies, secures, and automates network environments everywhere, so you can translate data into innovation.
Sorry, do you mind? This is confidential.
Aruba makes visibility at the edge possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Aruba.
Looking for someone's picks? We compile every pick from VEASAN hosts and guests every day and email them to all VEASAN Pro subscribers. Become a VEASAN Pro at VEASAN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe.
Golf's most prestigious event is less than a month away, and no better time to check the latest odds. I'm Tim Murray from VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network. Scottie Scheffler, the world's #1 golfer, he is your favorite to win the Masters, sitting at plus 650 after a sensational 2023. Scheffler has kicked off this season with 4 top 10 finishes in his first 5 events. Rory McIlroy sits at 10-1 to win the Masters. Jon Rahm also at 10-1. Last year's Masters champion, now a member of Live Golf. Victor Hovland is at 16-1.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back to the Penthouse on a Thursday. It is 12:08. So if you had something to do at 12:07, guess what? You're late.
You're screwed.
Jimmy's in the house.
You're Greeked. Good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey.
And it is time for some fun facts, and I know people are jacked-whacked about these.
Jack-whacked. Today is...
I'm jacking it. What?
March.
I'm sorry.
So
We're not knocking habits.
TMI. TMI. It is...
I thought you said something else.
March 14th. What?
I thought you said so am I.
Which is Pie Day. It's observed today. It's Popcorn Lovers Day.
Wow.
It's National Save a Spider Day. No thanks. Let's see. International Ask a Question Day.
Ooh.
Wow. If you want to ask us a question, do so. 47142. Started off with Real Radio. And it is National Potato Chip Day. So I have some facts you may not know about one of America's favorite snacks, the potato chip. What's your favorite brand?
Lay's.
Yeah, Lay's. What about you, Jimmy?
I like any of them that are kettle.
I like the kettle too.
Kettle ones,
that
yeah.
extra crunch, so good.
They're a little expensive, though.
It's
yeah, but way out of your league. Way out of your league.
I'm just saying.
And like the Cape Cod has a nice crunch to it too. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Probably one of the more well-known ones, right? Cape Cod's been around.
But there's also
forever.
right? Isn't it kettle? And don't they have one the kettle, whatever it's called?
Well, they make a kettle
brand.
version,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Okay. So good. Salt and vinegar. It's one that a lot of people may not like, and I think they're delicious. All right. Keep on talking about potato chips.
Yeah.
Zappos are great, too. If you like Zappos, those are from New Orleans. Those are great, too. All right. So they came about, they said, because a complaining restaurant patron created the potato chip. We talked about this. It wasn't Potato Chip Day, but for some reason this came about. The chip was born out of pure annoyance. They said in 1853, an unhappy customer at a restaurant in Saratoga Springs, New York, kept complaining. Telling the chef, French fries just aren't thin enough. I believe it was on National Snack Day we brought this up. After returning the fries several times to have them slim down, they're like, not thin enough, thinner, not thin enough, thinner.
French fry day or something?
I think it was Snack Day.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The irritated chef eventually was like, screw it, and just sliced it super thin, probably like on a mandolin. They said they could not be eaten with a fork when fried. Thus, he was kind of trolling on this person. But that's how the potato chip was born. And the person did end up liking him. But can you imagine? Just keep on sending back fries, keep on sending back fries.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Did you know? We get annoyed by it, but there is a perfectly good explanation for all that empty space in your potato chip bags.
Okay.
They said, yeah, when you open what seems like a full bag of chips, to find out that it's just more space in the bag than actually chips. As annoying it can be, chips are packaged that way for a few reasons. Most importantly, that excessive air in the bag is meant to act as a cushion, so your precious chips don't break during delivery.
Oh.
They also say that space is almost entirely nitrogen. The bag is pumped full of it to maintain that long-term freshness.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're like complaining about it, there's a reason.
It's not shrinkflation.
Well, they are noticing that it is getting a little small.
Yeah, a little less.
The world's largest bag of potato chips weighed more than a small car.
Really?
In 2013, Corker's Crisps set a new world record for the largest potato chip bag. The bag was 18 feet tall and contained 2,515 potato chips, all cooked in a single batch, was according to Guinness World Record guidelines. Okay. It had to be, which was a 17-hour process.
Damn.
It's a big vat. I don't know if they fried them up or what.
Gonna need a super big gulp to go with that, please.
Yes.
And watch Oppenheimer.
I'm very curious, right? But where they got that 18-foot chip bag from, though, too. They say one engineer spent 6 years studying the crunchiness of chips.
That sounds exciting.
Right.
What do you do for a living?
I got to call you back. I'm really busy.
Professor William E. Lee, a chemical and biomedical engineering professor at the University of South Florida in Tampa,
right here at home,
has a patent on chip technology. Potato chip technology, that is. For 6 years, Lee studied the sensory attributes of salty snacks, namely the chip, and has become a leader in the field of crunchiness. So now when snack companies want to compare their snack crunch to a competitor snack, they call him. What a job, right?
How about that?
That's a pretty boss job. Potato chips briefly went extinct during World War II. Oh. During the Second World War, when food rations were typical, chips were declared an unessential food, and production stopped immediately nationwide. Americans didn't like that too much. After protests, people were protesting. Chips were declared essential and then produced again, proving once more that the U.S. has exactly the right priorities.
I need my potato chips.
Sounds about right. Apparently, we haven't changed in all these years.
Yep. And this one's interesting. Cajun squirrel flavored potato chips do exist. There is a British potato chip company that came out with Cajun squirrel flavored potato chip in 2009 as part of a taste testing contest, which we know Lay's does a flavor contest every year, right, where consumers voted on the best new flavor. Shockingly enough, Cajun squirrel did have some fans. They say, meanwhile, it still can't believe this happened in England of all places, right? You think it would happen here, like New Orleans, Louisiana, Alabama. And then finally here on your potato chip day. So those Cajun squirrel chips are actually Cajun squirrel crisps, if you want to be technical. In Britain, if you go there, right, you would call French fries chips. If you want to order French fries.
Right, yeah.
Yep, that's
like
what I say.
Fish and chips.
Yep, in North America, they're referred to as chips, the French fries. They said to avoid confusion that we call potato chips. Here, they call them crisps. So if you ever go to UK, if you ever travel across the pond, when you want a chip, you ask for a crisp. When you want a fry, you ask for a chip.
Okay, I'll remember that.
There you go.
In the UK.
Yes.
All right. 877-927-6796.
He was like, I'll never have to use that because I won't be going there.
The only chips I ask for are usually at a casino. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved with the program today. On this Thursday, give us a call or you can text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
All right. Well, you want to have our serious talk for the day?
Okay.
We'll do our serious one.
Are we getting serious?
Well, I mean, we can.
Let me put my serious hat on.
It's somewhat serious, and I'm just curious on your takes as well as you out there. Give us a text line is open 47142, and yes, I'm going to bring up the TikTok shenanigans that's going on right now. So if you haven't heard, our government is talking about possibly having a TikTok change, get away from ByteDance that currently owns them. Or if they don't, then they'll make it so that it's not available in the app stores. So that's the general basis of what's been going on. If you haven't heard, the House passed a bill that could ban TikTok. By the way, the vote was 352 to 65. This was a rare bipartisan piece of legislation that got through the House, putting the spotlight on the Senate on how they will handle the controversial legislation that has the support of President Biden. The Protection Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act would force ByteDance, TikTok's China-based parent company, to divest the app within roughly 5 months of going into effect or be banned from U.S. app stores and web hosting services. The bipartisan bill was introduced and pushed through quickly. For what it's worth, former President Trump is against it, and President Joe Biden obviously already has said that he is giving support to it and will pass it if it reaches his desk. House Republicans invoked a special rule, by the way, for the vote that required 2/3 majority to pass rather than a simple majority. So, and again, the number 352 to 65 should show you right there. It got a majority of the votes. Super majority, I should say. Supporters of the bill say it aims to curb national security posed by ByteDance, which they say could share sensitive data from American users with the Chinese government. TikTok has pushed back on accusations that it poses national security risks and strongly opposes the legislation. The American Civil Liberties Union and the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University also raised those concerns about the bill concerning free speech rights. In a statement, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the Senate will review the legislation when it comes over from the House. Senators Mark Warner, who is a Democrat from Virginia, and our very own Marco Rubio here in Florida appeared to show support for the bill. Again, it was bipartisan. So if the law is enacted, it may still face constitutional challenges. And as I said, if it goes to President Biden's desk as it sits, it will be signed into law. ByteDance will then, again, we said about 5 months or so, to sell off and divest into an American, I think somebody, as long as it's not owned by an adversary government.
And have you seen, Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank, they call him Mr. Wonderful. Okay. He's actually thrown his hat in the ring. He says that if it happens where this China-owned app, as Jimmy was mentioning, if they do take that legislative action against it, he's like, if this order goes through, it's got to be sold. And he said, and I'm going to put my hand and say, I will buy it. So he said that he will take on TikTok. He will own it if it comes here, and the platform will be hosted here on U.S. soil. He says that this guy, if you're not familiar with him, Shark Tank, right? He's got balding. They call him Mr. Wonderful.
It's been around a long time.
He was on Fox and Friends talking about it, but he said, what I'm proposing is purchasing these assets into a new American company. I'll guarantee the servers are all on American soil. I'll guarantee you will close the Chinese backdoors in the code. I'll guarantee it becomes safe for the users, the parents, small businesses, and large businesses. Okay. He continued. He said, it'll be an American company. So we already look like somebody who's got the funds to do it, may take it on.
There you go.
Yep.
Well, how about that? I already got a solution. At least one person. I'm sure there might be some other billionaires that would jump into the ring. That, I don't know. I've never seen any price tag on it as to what it would cost to divest it.
Yes.
And no matter what they buy for, they'll make money on it too.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. I mean, he's not throwing that. He's not saying he'll do it. If he knows he's not, he's probably like, cha-ching.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely going to be one of the, I would say, many people who would step up at that level and to probably purchase it for TikTok. If you guys have an opinion, you want to call us about it, 877-927-6969. You can. You also text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Something else they're talking about, Jimmy, another bill, and we've mentioned this for a while. Is this going to happen?
I'm just a bill. Yeah, I'm only a bill.
That 4-day work week. We talk about it all the time. There's other countries that have been doing it and have been quite successful at doing it. Do you guys feel like it's something that will ever happen here in the States?
Yes, I do. I think it will eventually get here. It may take another generation, but it'll eventually get here.
Okay.
They're seeing so many positive aspects of it out overseas. And I think the biggest thing that we've seen over the studies is it hasn't changed productivity.
Yep.
And if anything, it's increased it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I think for most people that are against it, that's the big fear is, oh my God, you're not getting as much done because you're not working as many hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we've seen study after study, and we've been talking about it on this show alone for what it feels like at least 5 years, right?
It's been a bit.
Or more, right?
It's been a bit.
It comes up from time to time when another quote unquote study is done on it. But I'm curious, there's a bill on it?
Well, Bernie Sanders introduced a 4-day work week bill. So this is, again, being floated. We know Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders is introducing a bill that would establish the shorter work week in the U.S. If passed, the bill would lower the threshold required for overtime pay from 40 hours a week to 32 over the course of a 4-year period.
Okay.
Yeah, 4-year
Right,
period. The 32-hour work week act would also protect employee wages and benefits to ensure there's no loss in pay.
Okay.
There was a press release where Sanders said a 32-hour work week is not a radical idea. He notes that more than half of adults work over 40 hours now for stagnant pay. He says it's time to reduce the stress level in our country and allow Americans to enjoy a better quality of life. And I say, amen, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and of course, there's plenty of jobs out there that it won't affect, other than the fact of the overtime pay. See, that's where I was wondering where the government was getting involved in it and that aspect. Because I mean, any company right now, if they want to, they can make their work week 32 hours. But the fact that it's not considered, I think, what is it? 30 hours is considered full time, but it's where the overtime kicks in, which is at 40.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
anything over 29 is where they consider you a full-time employee.
Technically, right. Yeah.
I know in the state of Florida. Every state is different.
I don't know if that's. I think that might be nationwide.
Oh, is it?
And I think Obamacare might have had something to do with that because I think if you have a company that's over 500 employees and if you work over the 29-hour limit, right? And that's why I think because that's a federal thing. That's where that 29. But anyway.
So he does make a point. He said, today American workers are over 400% more productive than they were in the 1940s. And yet millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages than they were decades ago. And he was like, this has got to change. So they are trying to do what they can. They claim that more than half of adults employed full-time reported working more than 40 hours per week. And a lot of people are feeling stressed. So they said it's time to reduce the stress levels in our country. And as I mentioned before, to allow Americans to enjoy a better quality of life.
What would that?
So we'll see.
What kind of effect would that have on salaried employees? Any idea? Other than the fact, I guess it would just reduce your hours to.
That's it.
32 hours a week.
Yeah, because it doesn't.
He
said it doesn't. Yeah, he said it doesn't affect your pay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If it doesn't affect your pay.
Yeah, that's what this bill says. It states.
That's cool. I don't know. I would say a lot of companies might be with salary people. They could change it and be like, well, now you're working less. But who knows?
But they wouldn't be able to, according to this.
Yeah. Right. If they can't do that, then it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
If people get their pays cut, then it's not a good thing because you have another problem.
What about people?
It says it would protect employees' wages and benefits to ensure there's no loss in pay. This bill would.
Right. What about people like in our business where we wouldn't cut back to 4 days a week?
No,
I wouldn't think, right?
Because
of what we do.
Yes.
So what about salary?
It's industry to industry, right? Yeah,
right.
We're a different beast.
We might. You never know. They might look at it like it's another. You know what? There's not as many people listening. Who knows what they would think of? At the top, they might be like, hey, go 4 days and we'll go to weekend programming, something like that. Who knows? I don't know. I would think what you say, no, but I've seen them do other crazy stuff.
So the reason why I say that is if you have people that are salaried at one level because then you still be at 40 hours. So then if anything, then you'd be getting cheated. So if you're working five days a week still at that same salary, your salary wasn't reduced. You're in a way you're kind of getting cheated from people that they're reducing theirs to 32 hours but still getting paid the same. Does that make sense? Or am I?
I'm confused.
So if you're still working 5 days a week,
yes,
and at the same salaried level, other people are only working 4 days a week at the same salary.
But are you
level.
putting in 40? I think it may be for the companies that run 40-hour weeks.
Right.
So we're maybe the business side aspect of it, but being in the radio industry is completely different.
Sure.
Programming is different across.
I'm trying to think of jobs where you still work 5 hours, 5 days a week at 40 hours, right? I mean, there's got to be industries out there where that exists.
Oh, of course.
They wouldn't be able to reduce those hours. So would they have to get a bump in pay is my point.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how that would work.
Maybe there's not. Maybe I'm thinking that something exists that doesn't.
I mean,
because we're talking about service industries. When you talk about that, we're talking
7 days a week.
But 7 days a week, but from trades to plumbing and AC guys and stuff like that. It's
Amazon.
Amazon drivers. Yeah, so this is obviously not for everybody.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm sure it's way down the road. We can't still fix the putting the clocks back and forth. So we've been working on that for a long time. But you never know. It is the Penthouse, and if you have an opinion about it, call us. The TikTok situation or the 4-day work week. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll come back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I don't know that anybody watches a Jeffrey Dahmer series on Netflix and like, I'm going to eat a dude today. Damn it. Don't use that against me, please. I don't know.
I mean, it's too late.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Travel times on 95 and the Turnpike look good. We are up to speed on the expressways throughout the Palm Beaches. No big delays on 95 or the Turnpike. Make sure you slow down for pedestrians on your right. That's traffic and Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey there, car owners. It's Franny. Head on over to GiveMeTheVin.com for an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds. They buy everything from $2,000 to $200,000. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll throw in an extra $100. They'll even swing by your place, checkbook in hand, and pay off your payoff. No hassle, no regrets. So don't wait. Now's the time to sell with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Hey, it's a Greek, and it's college basketball season, and everybody's going to say to you next couple of weeks, how's your bracket? What's your bracket look like? Do you have a bracket buster? Well, you want to be on point, and that's the same thing. How's your retirement look? Do you have enough money? Will you be able to enjoy South Florida and enjoy all the things in life you need to? Well, if you call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000, they'll make it happen. They'll figure out a plan for you so you could reach your goals and hit those 3-pointers with your retirement. They have offices in West Palm Beach. Free consultation. Step in today. It's Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Call them today and hit a 3-pointer with your retirement. And then when people ask, how's your bracket? You say, my bracket's good and my retirement plan's good also. Because I called Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in. I hope you start your day every day with Rover and his crew. Jimmy's in the house.
Good afternoon.
And Francis is here.
Hey, hey.
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, Messi is back, and he scored a goal last night, helped his team. Miami picked up a victory and another sold-out performance. Boy, what a difference one guy makes to a franchise and to a team. Yankees got some bad news. Their ace Cole is being shut down indefinitely. He is seeing doctors as we speak in L.A. to look at his elbow. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. He's scratched for opening day. Cole was a Cy Young Award winner last year, and he is a beast. Every year he's a workhorse, and you could pencil him in for 20 wins. Yankees lose him. The Yankees got big problems. It's almost like a thing with Aaron Rodgers. First game, Aaron Rodgers was down after 4 plays. Jets were done. Yankees will not win that division without him. He is definitely an ace. And Isaiah Thomas is still mad at Michael Jordan for The Last Dance. Isaiah wants a public apology because Michael Jordan called Isaiah a blank hole years ago on The Last Dance. Detroit and the Bulls did not get along for years, played in the playoffs many times. And one year when the Bulls did finally beat Detroit, Isaiah supposedly was the one who told all his Piston teammates not to shake hands with the Bulls, and they walked off the court. Michael never forgot about that. Isaiah wants a public apology. He was with Draymond Green yesterday on a podcast. I don't think that's happening, but he's still mad 4 years later about this. And also, Scottie Pippen's not happy. He's got his little thing going on, his opinion of The Last Dance with Horace Grant and other Chicago Bulls this summer, and they're going around different places to speak about the Chicago Bulls championship years. And that is your lunchtime trifecta. Peace.
So, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I have a couple texts I want to get into. And then, speaking of texts, there's something that you can participate in the text line with. At 47142, started off with Real Radio. We were talking about, Jimmy brought up was it G-Man, how the BAC level was going to go down?
Alcohol level?
Alcohol, yeah.
Yes, I read that.
Yeah. Okay, you did read that. And we were talking and we were trying to figure out. I still haven't found out about the commercial pilots. But we do have somebody who said that the lower BAC levels for pilots and truck drivers apply to even when they're driving in their very own cars.
Oh, wow.
They said instead of their limit being 0.08, they lose their driver's license at 0.04 or 0.05.
Yeah, because that's their driver's license. Class A, Class B driver's license, whatever they happen to have. Yeah.
Wow,
Yep.
That's huge.
And somebody else texts says, I know that if you lose your license in Florida because of multiple DUIs, there are some states that will reciprocate that ruling. For instance, you can move to Tennessee and get a driver's license regardless of your status in Florida. Tennessee is one of the few that will allow it. All right. And then we're talking about TikTok, how they're talking about banning it. We'll see what will happen.
Shutting down.
There's a bill, yeah. It says, I don't get why TikTok people don't just switch to Instagram or Triller or X. You can do exactly the same stuff.
Yeah. Well, because nobody wants to be told they have to do something, obviously.
Same thing. What is so special about TikTok that similar American-made apps cannot replicate? I don't understand why. If they are legitimate security concerns, then just get rid of it, right?
If it's legitimate,
okay. All right. And then we got a joke.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe.
It says Rusty.
Subjective.
So this is Rusty talking. Rusty's like, hey, you got Pac-Man? And then Dale's like, no, Rusty. You got Space Invaders? And then Dale's like, nope, Rusty. You got asteroids? And then Dale's like, nah, but my dad does. Can't even sit on the toilet some days. So thank you for that.
Wow.
That was so difficult for me to read too. And then
thank you for what?
I don't know. And then we are going to get into something that you can play along with us. I love these Reddit threads every now and then. And this one is Redditors are talking about things that they are embarrassed to admit that turn them on. Somebody put a post out there and says, what is something you're embarrassed to admit arouses you? And thousands of people are confessing the things that turn them on that they feel ashamed about.
But they're saying it anyway.
Well, yeah. Because they're behind a keyboard.
I was going to say it's kind of anonymous, right?
Yep. Yep. So certain things, some of these are very interesting. Some of them you're like, yeah, that turns me on too. Over 5,000 responses. We're not going over 5,000 of them.
I did say over $5,000.
Oh, wow.
47.
I was like, that turns me off.
See how many we can get in an hour, 20 minutes.
47142 started off with Real Radio if you want to add to this, and you will remain anonymous. I once had some form of eczema on my hands. When I washed them with very hot water, the feeling was identical to orgasmic pleasure. It was proof to me that the centers of pleasure and pain in the brain are extremely close. All right, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says when I get a haircut and the barber runs a razor over the back of my neck.
Okay, yeah.
It turns them on. Arouses them. Medical examinations.
Really?
Wow.
My girlfriend is in nursing school, and she practices her patients' exams on me. 100% non-erotic. She does it exactly as she's supposed to with real patients, and I effing love it. But you said with a girlfriend. Yep. This was interesting.
Well, he goes home and goes, you want to play nurse?
Things that people are embarrassed about that arouses them.
Get the gloves out.
Watching donuts get made. I discovered this while at a Krispy Kreme late night.
I told you not to tell anybody.
I discovered this while at a Krispy Kreme late night with the hot sign on. It's a turn on to watch the machine squirt out the liquid hoop dough into the oil, then get scooped up and drizzled in that glaze.
Wow.
That's
different.
Somebody said masks. I don't know why, but the old plague doctor masks in particular do something for me. This person sitting naked in my backyard. I have a gazebo on my patio and with private curtains, and I will have my morning coffee out there in the buff. Says my yard is surrounded by a 6-foot privacy fence, and I have a nice big wicker sectional with big comfy cushions just to kick back on. But yeah, it makes me a little randy. This one, okay, don't judge, but ASMR gardening videos get me. They're like, it's my guilty pleasure. I'm like, okay.
Like somebody planting.
ASMR gardening?
Yeah, I've never seen an ASMR gardening video. I watch ASMR dog videos eating.
Oh, wow.
And I think it's adorable, where you can hear every snort and crunch and everything. Huge noses on men. And if they have the bump where it's broken, I'm weak.
Oh, wow.
Let's see.
Was that yours?
No, that was not mine. It wasn't, but you would think, right? The hair on my arms touching another not too bad looking guy. I love how it says not too bad looking.
Not too bad
The
looking.
hair on my arms touching, the hair on my arms touching another not too bad looking guy's arm hair. They said when we stand close to each other.
That's pretty close.
That is close.
I mean, you're right on
But
top
I
of
love
each
that
other.
it literally says not too bad looking guy.
Hey, wow.
Mm-hmm. When you're cutting gift wrapping paper and the scissors start to glide.
That's it. That's it.
These
Gotta
are
go.
things that people are
Where's the
embarrassed.
wife? Where's the wife?
These are things that people are embarrassed that turn them on.
Where are they around the holidays?
It says, I love it when my husband works on our car and successfully fixes something. He puts his cap on backwards and comes in and smells like concrete and sweat. I immediately want him.
Okay.
Somebody said men in vests. I don't know why, but vests make me randy as hell. Sounds weird. Garlic croutons. I had a bag of them next to my bed for some snacking when I was going through some crucial parts of puberty. Now the smell of them is associated with arousal. No, I don't incorporate them into anything sexual, but I'm still affected by them if I encounter them. It's just that smell.
Okay.
Because when they said we were going through puberty and they were all hormones raging.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But it's like, a song. It takes you to a certain place, right?
Mhm.
Same type of thing, a smell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything? 47142. Started off with Real Radio. This girl, when guys with glasses push them up, turns her on.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Men wearing helmets with visors turns that woman on. Anything you have. Do you guys have anything weird?
See, not that it turns me on. You mentioned the one where the person said the razor on the back of their neck. I mean, I love my hair being like when I get my hair cut.
Yes.
I
love a
just
good head
having
rub.
having a cut, and the fact that it's being played with, and
Yeah.
but
it does.
terrible way of saying it.
I think
but,
the shampoo and everything. Oh my
Yeah.
God, a good shampoo.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is so, yes.
but it doesn't. I mean, I don't get randy, but I mean, I enjoy the feeling.
You're right. I don't know if it turns me on, but it's definitely, there's something euphoric about it, though.
Right.
There is. You got
877-927.
You got anything, G-Man?
When I hit a number in roulette, bang, I'm like,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, this table's about to get it.
A long shot at the track, coming around the turn. You're like, come on, you get jacked up. You're like, yeah. Excited. I don't know about a little bit, like I feel like performing, but that adds to it. if you guys have anything you want to add to this, I dated a girl. She used to like the sound of lawnmowers. That would turn her on. So we would leave the windows open, and hopefully somebody was mowing their lawn. 877-927.
This one, my wife.
Smell of cut grass.
Yeah, there you go.
That's nice. I mean,
I
again,
like this, but I
gasoline.
Me too.
I enjoy the smell of gasoline.
But it doesn't turn me on.
No, it's not a turn on, but it's a pleasant odor
Yes.
that I think a lot of other people don't consider.
These are things that are turn-ons. My wife crying says, I swear I'm not evil. And it's not about her suffering. It's something about the intimacy of her crying in my arms.
Oh, maybe it feels like he's saving her.
I guess.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
she's crying, and he's there to comfort her,
Right.
to save her.
Yeah.
And then he cries when he gets the bills.
Uh-huh.
Especially if it's, like watching a movie, something along those lines, maybe.
Yeah, this one, wet floor signs. I have nothing. I have nobody to blame but myself for why.
Wet floor sign?
That's after the fact, isn't it?
Oh, my God, this one. I can't even go into the rest of it, but said not ashamed, but big, loose, low-hanging balls. And then there's way more to it that goes on it.
Oh, God.
Send that to me, please.
Jimmy wants it.
Oh, my God. There's some good ones on here. But, yes, add your own to it, 47142.
I love this audience.
Do we have somebody on hold?
We do. We got our buddy Evan checking in with us. Hey, Evan, what turns you on, pal?
Hey, everyone. How you doing?
Good, Evan. How are you today on a Thursday?
Doing well. This is not a fantasy. Well, you were talking last week about strange celebrity crushes.
Yes.
Well, has any of you watched the Goldbergs?
No.
Yes.
Franny has.
Okay. Then you might know this girl. The girl named Carla that plays the mean girl on the show.
Carla.
Yeah, the mean girl. She's a boy. She's the girlfriend on and off of Ponytail Johnson, the guy that plays the saxophone.
Yes.
The Rush guy.
Yes.
Carla.
Yes.
She's not pretty or anything, but there's something about her that's hot.
Okay.
No, if you like her, it doesn't matter.
But she's not attractive. Like, she's not an ugly, but yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's your opinion of everybody. You might think somebody's attractive, somebody else may not, so it doesn't matter.
Alex Jennings.
It's her attitude. Yeah. It's her attitude on the show. She's a little smart.
Okay. Yeah.
She's great. Yeah, that's the thing. It's her attitude that makes her really hot.
Yeah.
All right.
She's a pretty lady, though.
Yeah, she's not as pretty as the Erica Goldberg and the other ones.
Right.
Yes.
Anyway, now another thing about the Goldbergs, Greek, that the guy that plays his brother Barry lives in Boca Raton.
Get the hell out of here.
I didn't know that.
Huh. Somebody with money living in Boca.
Who would have thought?
Who'd have thought?
That's where he was from. He went to Boca High School. He's from that area.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, his name is Troy Gentile.
What is the show about?
He about this family of in Philadelphia that grew up, in the 80s, and this kid was into making films and movies and all that, and actually that he did do that in his life, and then it's the whole story of their life, and a lot of the stuff was on video. He actually videotaped it, and then they made it to a TV series. And it's funny, they are radical. It's
a great show.
Constantly, it's a really messed up family, but it's really funny.
It is. I agree. George Segal was in it, if you're familiar with him. Jeff Garland, until something happened and they booted him out. Who plays Beverly Goldberg? Wendy something. She's from Bridesmaids. It's got a good cast.
McClendon.
What was the Reno 911?
Yes, you're right.
Whatever that is.
Yep.
She was on that.
You're right.
You know who else is on the show? Is Flo, the insurance lady.
Yep. She's one of the neighbor friends.
No.
Yeah, your girl, Jimmy. Your girl.
You talk about somebody that's kind of odd that gives it to you, does it for you.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Carla, the mean girl, was my celebrity crush.
All right, that's good. If you have a crush, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, or you don't have to justify it. No?
All right. Well, thanks, Evan. It's Stephanie Courtney is your girl. Jimmy. Stephanie Courtney is a Flo girl.
That's her name,
yeah,
Stephanie
Courtney.
Okay.
Yes, Evan?
It's really hard. Your phone's breaking up. What'd you say?
I didn't say anything. I said, did you have anything else? And before that, I said, if you have a crush, it doesn't. You don't have to justify it. You have a crush. There's nothing wrong with it.
I got you. All right, guys. Talk to you later on.
Okay.
All right, Evan. You're our crush, by the way.
Take care, Evan.
Bye, Evan. So that Rusty Dale thing. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if I've ever seen her without makeup.
Without looking like Flo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I think she's actually more attractive than she is being Flo in real life.
Yeah, wow. She's even hotter.
Yeah, I think she
need
is
a minute.
too.
I'll be right back.
So the whole Rusty Dale thing we were talking about, they were like, you were talking earlier about that hemorrhoid should be called asteroids, and we were. And they were like, it was in the movie Vacation. They said right after that, Rusty asked, what is there to do around here? And Dale goes, I got a stack of nudie books this tall. So after that whole conversation we just had, that I was going back and forth, I guess that was from Vacation.
Oh, okay.
A conversation from that. And then I guess the jokes are coming. Where does Michael Strahan buy his clothes?
Michael Strahan. Where does he buy his clothes? I know he has his own clothing line.
This is a joke.
Oh, okay.
Bad dad joke.
I don't know. Where does he?
At the Gap. And then we're talking turn-ons.
Was that a turn-on?
We're talking turn-ons. It says turn-ons. Thinking of Jimmy behind that dump button with no pants.
Nice.
Emphasis on dump button.
And then 70, it turns me on. I see Greek get out of the Benz at Strikes. And then we have, there is nothing sexier than a very confident pregnant woman. A woman who takes the time to keep herself looking good and not afraid to show off her baby bump. Man, I need a cigarette. Signed to HU, anonymous. We know you who you are. You don't have to finish spelling your name.
Yeah.
Strange turn-ons.
I look pregnant.
Strange turn-ons. If I'm dating him, I'm actually a fan of D-pics as long as it's his. Why would he send you somebody else's?
Yeah.
Only.
He's my buddy.
Don't want to confuse you.
She said only if I'm dating him. If my DMs get D-pics, I will block you. That's from a girl, Sarah. So if you know you're dating Sarah, or if you are, if you know, you know. But if you're dating Sarah,
she wants them.
She's down with the D-pics.
Yeah.
And then we also have Seinfeld episode. There was an episode where George started eating during sex. Then he was at the diner with Jerry, and the sandwich made him start sweating because he was turned on.
You're so crazy.
Thank you for your participation. 47142.
What an audience. Can't do it without you guys. We appreciate you every day. Don't forget that. And at 11:45 every day on the Penthouse, we do have giveaways for you all the time. So if you want a giveaway, stay tuned. We always have great ones. It could be concerts, could be to maybe New York Prime. We were talking this week. We were talking earlier in the show about how you can save money. Listen to the Penthouse. We always have a gift card for you for New York Prime. That could save you some money and a great meal and a great time. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can also email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Now, go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, no, go ahead, Bob.
No, you had something about how you can get a good night's sleep. I think it might help you get a good night's sleep, but not help you pay your rent.
There was a celebrity who actually put this out there, but this is taken on because guess what? Social media. The Today Show was trying to be like, is this a good idea? So they brought this up. And I myself did not have a good night's sleep. I probably should have taped my husband's mouth shut.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't me. It was just his snoring.
That's called attempted murder.
I know, you're right. You're right.
just to let you know.
Gosh darn it. Between him and the bulldog was extra rare for him, and his sleep was getting worse. I was just like,
I'm going to go sleep in the pool.
I was about
underwater.
I was about to.
Crazy.
But yeah, social media influencers are hopping on the trend to tape your mouth shut for a better night's sleep. Now, there's a health coach, Corey Rodriguez, explained the hack back in 2021. It says the goal is to breathe through your nose while you're sleeping versus your mouth. Yep. Dr. Winter, Christopher Winter, a neurologist and sleep specialist, says that before you give this method a try, find out why you are a mouth breather or breathing and get that treated. Then consult with your doctor about trying the taping trick. So he's not saying necessarily no, but before you go to these lakes, maybe talk to a doctor first and see why you may be breathing through your mouth instead of your nose.
Well, there's one problem with this. All right, you two can see me.
Yeah, you still snort through your
Snoring is through the nose, is it not?
But
I guess you can do it.
I guess either way.
Mouth, right?
Yeah, but somebody's claiming that. You know, she started taping her mouth since November 16th, shut every night. She saw it. She tried it because she needed help sleeping. And she said that when she did, she said, I slept like a baby. I stayed asleep all night long. I've not skipped a night now.
Okay, so it just helped her sleep.
Well, yeah, but
Or
there's more and more people are taking this on.
The person with the tape on the mouth is the one that's trying to get better
Yes,
sleep.
the one, yes.
Not helping the partner with snoring and that type of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one who's actually taping their mouth shut is the one who wants better quality sleep.
Gotcha.
Somebody else says, I felt a huge difference in quality of sleep since trying this trend 4 months ago. I noticed that I have deeper sleeps. I wake up a lot more rested, and I credit this mouth taping to becoming more of a morning person. So I wake up at 5:45 without feeling exhausted. So a lot of people are saying that, yeah, this works. But listen, as we said in this guy, we're not doctors. So you definitely probably want to consult somebody. But clips and comments just keep on rolling in saying that they're getting the deepest sleep that they've ever experienced. So they said it does not completely seal your lips, and breath can still pass through your mouth. The tape isn't crazy enough, somebody said, but I guess it depends on what kind of tape you're using. Have you ever tried that Gorilla Tape glue? I mean, the Gorilla Tape tape?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
I can't imagine, like, when you wake up in the morning, though, the tape on on your face for 6 hours.
I'll try it once and rip my mustache off.
Oh, yeah. One person said this had changed my life. No more snoring, mouth breathing, or congestion. This is the single most life-changing thing I've ever learned from TikTok. I've been doing this for every night for 6 months.
Oh.
So, but we're not sleep experts. We're not doctors.
No.
This is just a trend. They even brought this up on the Today Show, and they had a doctor, and they were like, hey, listen, if you should talk to your doctor first to see where your sleep problems are coming from. But some people don't want to, and that's why, like, screw it. I'm going to tape my mouth.
877-927-6969. Has anybody ever suggested you tape your mouth? Call us.
Yes.
Every day, 10 to 2.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're going to come back with Florida stories. Franny, anything about taping mouths?
No, nothing about taping mouths, but we have a dodo who decided he was going to try to outrun the police. But the funny part is his tag is what it says on it. It's a vanity one. And then I'm going to put this out there one more time. I don't know if the boat has been found, but it is quite disgraceful. This man's custom boat, which really meant something, was stolen from them in Fort Pierce. And still no smoking gun, but there is bizarre fish behavior spreading in the Florida Keys. When I say still no smoking gun, that means I don't know why.
Okay.
I'll let you know those details in your What the Florida when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Because your pets are pretty lonely when you're gone. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Experience the best of the Palm Beaches cuisine in one amazing location. Experience the flavors of unlimited samples paired with exquisite wines and craft beers. Experience the fun of live entertainment and VIP perks. The Tastings Food, Wine, and Craft Beer event is back Saturday, April 13th at Tanger Outlets Palm Beach. Taste the Palm Beaches for only $40. Want to be a VIP and get in an hour early? VIP tickets are just $50. Get your tickets now at pbtastings.com. That's pbtastings.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
95 and the Turnpike look good. We do have roadwork slowing us down. Southern Boulevard delays east at Lake Avenue. Right lane there is blocked. More construction. State Road 7 south at Belvedere taking up a right lane. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by the new Banana Boat 360 coverage. This sun season, Banana Boat is giving you a new way to spray. Introducing new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Better control for better coverage with a reusable sprayer and refill. From sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 coverage at Walmart.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The winners are in from our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Best Comedy Podcast, This is Important. Best Health and Wellness Podcast, On Purpose with Jay Shetty. Best Sports Podcast, Club Shay Shay. Best Crime Podcast, Crime Junkie. And Podcast of the Year, New Heights.
Congratulations to all the winners we honored.
Hear these 2024 iHeart Podcast Award winners anytime on the free iHeart Radio app.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Yo, Penthouse, what's going on? Happy Thursday. Jimmy, hey. Franny, hey. G-Man, hey. G, I know you were talking about betting the Russell Wilson and Saquon Barkley games because they got traded. I heard this morning on another talk show that the over-under for Saquon Barkley touchdowns against the Giants is 2. So depending on when those games are, hammer time, baby. Let's get it. Peace, guys. Later.
Hey. Gee, Granny. Greg, you were talking earlier about boats being stolen. Well, why don't you come over tonight and motorboat my dry Tortuga, honey?
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Granny doesn't sound good today. Maybe she...
Granny sound a little drunk or something, right? Like, something's going on with Granny.
Maybe a little under the weather.
Is that it? All right, Granny.
Hitting a ripple.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Granny sounded a little off.
Yeah, Granny, we hope you're feeling better.
Do
Always
you?
welcome.
Do you? Is she?
Not really.
That is somebody's turn on, by the way, at 47142. It says my turn on is when I hear Granny talk sexy to Greek. Somebody's turn on our text line.
I don't blame you.
We will sell those drops for you. Again, thanks for the heads up, Jeremy, about the Barkley scoring touchdowns for 2. I don't know where the hell you got that 6 months in advance, but I'm talking more about betting the Eagles over the Giants and to bet the Steelers over Denver. But we'll see. We got time. And hopefully we're around to bet it. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And of course, it wouldn't be a Penthouse without her. Good afternoon, Francis.
Hi, good afternoon.
And if you're up for it.
Some of these text messages are Florida stories, but yeah, let's
What do you got? You got something else?
Let's do it. Let's do Florida stories.
Florida?
All right. Yeah.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
I did. I said Florida. So first we're going to start out with a young 19-year-old who, with a bunch of buddies, hopped on their motorcycles and just were going crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. Weaving in and out of traffic, speeding. Said there was helicopters on I-4 that were looking for them. They were headed to a Buc-ee's, so I get it why they were in such a rush. According to the guy when he got pulled over, got to go to Buc-ee's. But yeah, this was on a Tuesday at 6:40, and I can imagine, especially on I-4, traffic still got to suck, right?
Oh my goodness.
So the cops are chasing these guys, and they recognize one of the license plates because during Daytona Bike Week, they were like, yeah, that's interesting.
I know this guy.
Yeah, I know this guy. They recognized it. But that time he fled cops and he didn't get busted. This time, not so much. And by him, this is a 19-year-old. And his, Jarvis is his name. What's your first name? Jarvis. I know. Ashton Jarvis. So he finally gets pulled over. And the deputies are like, yep, you're the same dude, because I noticed and I recognize that license plate anywhere. The license plate says will run on it. Will run. And that's what he was doing. But yeah, it was an unmarked patrol car that was following them, alerted the other riders too. Eventually, they did get stuck in traffic. He was busted, taken into custody. They said after riding in circles around the police patrol car. So not even just that. Now he's just being a jerk about it too, instigating and just, yep. But he told him when they pulled over that he fled because he was scared. As far as the will runs tag goes, which is a counterfeit tag. And that's another thing he got charged for is a counterfeit tag. The claim is that he thought he had it on the back of his bike that day because he thought it was funny, and he purchased it on Amazon. I didn't purchase a fake tag on Amazon, but he said, "Listen, I do have a real one. It's just at home right now."
Yeah.
So
is that important?
Can you buy that on Amazon? A fake tag that looks that legit? Huh? A Florida license plate.
Yeah, you probably can.
Yeah?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Will run.
I don't know about Amazon, but I'm sure you can find them out there.
Yeah.
Novelties.
Yep. And then, I guess there's some really weird fish behavior going on. They're saying that the Florida Fish and Wildlife if signed into the budget by a governor, $2 million will be allocated to them, determining the scale and scope of the ongoing fish mortality and disease event in Biscayne Bay, Florida Bay, and the Florida Keys. They said that there has been a large number, and this specifically, the critically endangered smalltooth sawfish that has been recorded dead by FWC has risen to 21. And they said they've been receiving a steady stream of videos from concerned residents in the Florida Keys. They said separately, more than a dozen fish species have been seen spinning and acting erratically.
Spinning?
Spinning.
Like just
I guess.
Wow.
I know. Like they're
crazy.
on meth or something. And they might be.
You never know.
Well, a lot of people say whatever we flush down is getting into the system. And I mean, we hear about the what were they saying? Some other animal was like on cocaine or meth or something like that. I mean, it does. And fish too. It gets into their system.
Bears.
Well, the bear ate it.
Yeah, but it still was in the system.
He ate like a brick of cocaine. You're talking about Cocaine Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy. So they're saying that not only is there an issue with that small-toothed sawfish, that they're noticing that dozens of fish species have been spinning and acting erratically. I said it's got to be the meth. Flushing it down the toilet. They said, now we don't know if these two things are related. This is the director of FWC's Fish Wildlife Institute. But they said we have investigations going, and this is something that they haven't seen. They did rule out pathogens, bacterial infection, and red tide toxins have been ruled out because, red tide's a big deal here. But they said that they are going to be allocating that much money to pinpoint what exactly is happening.
That's
they
crazy.
said even another fish, they know the pinfish, started behaving odd, like they were playing dead. And then they'd be like, oh, just kidding, I'm alive.
Well, maybe they didn't want to get caught.
But then they said, and then some of them were spinning. They said this is just very weird behavior they've never seen.
It's all that cocaine.
As I said, it's something
She
that's
said,
fueled.
it might have been that. Or maybe they had Yukon first.
Well, heroin, because I, unfortunately, working in the restaurant industry, have seen people that are on heroin and the behavior, and they nod out. And then they get up and they're just like nothing's wrong. Like, hey, what's going on? What's up?
Hi, what's up?
Seen them fall asleep at my bar. Yeah, so crazy. And then, yes, I just want to get this out there. If you have any information and if this has been solved, please let us know because this is in our listening area. Fort Pierce, there is a father who is just very upset with what happened. In fact, his words are, it's disgraceful. This Fort Pierce man is pleading to the community, like, please, I need to help locate my boat. Now, we mentioned this is something that happens way too often here in Florida where people are stealing others' boats. But David Caponas has a boat, and he got it wrapped, and he purchased the boat specifically to honor his son's cancer fight. The boat says, Fight, Dylan, Fight. It's engraved into the deck of this 37-foot boat that was stolen from Fortress RV and Boat Storage in Fort Pierce. The dad said, listen, it's... The boat, it sucks. That one's stolen. But the fact that this means something, and he had it wrapped to mean something, and his son, who suffered a traumatic brain injury after being diagnosed with leukemia at age 6, this is what he made it for. It was custom made to honor his son, Dylan. Now at 12 years old, this is great news. Dylan has been in remission for 4 years. But the dad's like, I can replace a boat tomorrow. That's not a problem. The problem is this is sentimental. The value to it is just priceless, and I can't replace that. He even hasn't had a chance yet to bring his son out on the boat. So he said, that's what's really killing me. Every inch of the boat holds special meaning of it. The orange ribbon represents leukemia cancer awareness. The name Deserve Therapy acknowledges a long journey they've been on. It's just got a beautiful wrap to it. It's got a leukemia decal on the side of it. So if you've seen this boat, they're really, really upset. They're horrified that somebody actually would steal it. I know that Fortress RV and Boat Storage, they're doing something nice too, and they're offering a $5,000 reward for the conviction of the perpetrator who did this or perpetrators. And the Fort Pierce Police Department posted on their Facebook surveillance image that shows 2 individuals in a U-Haul pickup truck taking the boat. So you can seek that out if any of them look familiar. If you've seen the boat, they are asking you to call Crime Stoppers.
Thank you.
And that is Your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. Appreciate it. We do it twice a show, 105 and 1105. You guys give us the stories. What would you say if somebody asked you, do you have any good habits or do you have any bad habits? For me, I would say a good habit is that I get up early every day and I'm out the door. Bad habit, I would have to say, was gambling. How about you guys? Would you have anything off the top of your head that would say it was good or bad habits?
Yeah, I have a lot.
Well, no, really a bad. I mean, just
bad habit. I chew my nails.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one that I just have. I can't stop doing from time to time.
Good habits.
Along the same lines. I mean, I try to be early for work. Not even
that's good.
Not even on time. I have a tendency of doing that now with the drive, with the long drive. Like I started coming earlier because one time I got stuck and it irritated the heck out of me. Yeah. And I got here like 5 minutes late, but I was stuck in traffic for 20 minutes.
Still 3 hours early.
And it still bothered me, right? And then. So I have a tendency to come a little bit earlier. So I'd say punctuality is probably a good habit of mine.
It is. It's great.
That is a great one.
Yeah,
it is.
That annoys a lot of people, not only when we talk about jobs, but even, you meet somebody for dinner or drinks or whatever, and they're always late.
And Carla has that habit too. So we're usually either on time or early.
Which is great.
Yeah.
That is good.
I know you have a lot of great habits.
No, I was going to say bad habits.
Patience.
I don't have much patience.
No, she does.
No, that was good. I thought so. Yes. Oh my God, are you kidding me? After this?
I don't drink much during the weekdays, but I think that I make up for it on the weekends, and I think I could cut that down. I think that's something that someone consider.
Oh, it's a bad habit?
I think some might. Yeah, I think some might.
So you just have a bad habit on weekends. I mean, it's really not bad. I can't walk past a roulette table without putting something down. Is that a bad habit? Yes.
Could be.
Is it really?
I don't know. What do you think? Is it? There's a lot. Do you want me to keep just? What do you?
I said good habits too, not just bad. I said good habits and bad. Like
good,
what you said.
Good habits. Sure.
I said me from one of my good habits is I get up early for every day, out the gate.
I do believe, and I have manners. I believe I have good manners. I was raised that way to have good manners. Please, thank you. You're welcome. All that stuff. What else do I have good habits?
I was thinking of bad.
You do your laundry.
I do my laundry.
You always come in there.
I take a shower daily.
That's awesome. Oh my God, there's so many things about you.
Yes, I'm very proper at a restaurant when I have to be. I am.
What do you mean? Why would you?
I mean, just at, like fine dining establishments. I know like the right ways, and I know the forks.
Sure.
I don't know if those are habits or anything.
Bet you wear underwear too.
I do.
Wow.
I don't eat with my.
Wasn't thinking
I don't eat with my mouth open. That's a good habit I have.
How about you're nice to strangers? That's a good habit.
No, I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Really? I don't find no. Like, I mean, say somebody's walking, you hold the door.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I will. Another bad habit. I am a procrastinator. I am.
Really?
I will get things done, but I will wait till the last minute to do it.
I've
always been
really.
I've always been like that, like in high school and everything. And I was good because I did very well testing, but I'm very good. I cram the information.
Right. Cram before the test. And you know what? I wonder if. I'm sure the studies have been done on that. I wonder how bad or good that is, right? Because I mean, at least it's
fresh.
It's fresh, right? You know, that type of thing is what I'm thinking of. But are you that way here at work? Because I don't see that. I don't see you as a procrastinator at work.
No.
I mean, we get stuff that we have to do on the side here, and you're right on it.
Yeah,
right?
every time we got a test.
I don't see it there, but maybe because I work hard at work, but I'm not so much at home, right? I'm a little different at home.
And maybe
that's
it.
With some things.
Maybe that's it.
But maybe at home you're a little bit more of a procrastinator.
Yeah, like so I have to take my continuing education test for real estate, and I've had that opportunity. I don't know, for the past 3 or 4 months they've like let me know, and that's due March 30th. I will probably wait till March 28th to get that done.
It is. It's sort of then outside of here. I think.
But I've always been like that. I just remember.
Okay.
grade school and on. I've always pushed things to the it'll get done in time, but I've had all this time to do it, and I just wait till the very end. So that's one thing I do.
A good habit could be getting enough sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
That could be something because they say so many different studies show it affects you in so many different ways.
Like they call slouching a good habit. I have very good posture, and I've been told people that. I don't know if that's a habit or not, but I'm.
You do have good posture.
I'm very and it's not even so much I'm self-aware. I think we're always.
Habit.
My mom would always just be like, anytime you slouch as a kid.
Well, and then
get
it
yourself up.
becomes routine.
Yes.
It becomes normal.
Mm-hmm. I'm not really great. It takes a while, and this is something that you're really bad at. But I'm bad.
Why am I getting involved in
I'm
this?
bad initially because you'll get it when I say it. Initially, I am. It takes a few times, and plus, I've met so many people, especially being in the service industry, forgetting people's names, like them telling me, and 2 seconds later, going, "Oh, what the hell was their name?"
Yeah.
Who's Ravino?
I think that could that could be all of us,
Yes.
really, at some point. Because I feel like I'm getting worse at that.
I only do that during the show.
Yeah, and it's all made up. It's all made up. It's all made up.
Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino? Anybody know?
By the way, so if we're gonna go to there, I have 2 new ones too. By the way.
Oh,
Oh, God.
But
After
this is
Penthouse, we
the
got
classic,
Greek
the
Zone today,
original.
Talking to our bud buddy Rob Vino.
A few minutes later.
Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino? Anybody know?
Anybody know? Anybody? All right, and so we have a new one.
Today is National Napping Day, and I have some very interesting facts about naps.
A few minutes later.
And it is time for some fun facts. What? We don't know.
I told you about napping. Oh, that's good.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know.
We weren't told. And then I got this one, I think, just
You have not
yesterday.
seen this article yet. Do you want to guess what the number one job is globally? What people would want to be? But
Manager
yeah,
at
do
a
you want to
strip
guess?
club.
No.
A few minutes later.
Do you want to guess the top 10? So
Barista at Starbucks.
Nope.
Manager
Yeah,
at a strip
anyway.
club.
You already said that to me. Do you have anything?
No, keep saying it. Maybe
Do you have
it'll be
anything
on
new?
the list.
I said stripper.
Nope. You said manager at strip club. And then I love how you try to defend yourself. I said stripper.
I said stripper.
Nope.
You're lucky, you guys. I don't get offended and go home crying. Oh my God.
I know, because you hate it when we focus on you.
No, it's not focusing on me. It's making fun of me. There's 2 different things. Focusing is when you say something about somebody's doing something. Making fun is hurting the person as an individual, but it's fine.
4714.
My thing was I didn't download the app. I
this
did
good
one on my phone because I felt I'll be at a red light, and I realized how addicting that is. I put it on my desktop and just do it that way. I don't want the push notifications. I don't want all that other stuff.
A few minutes later.
Well, we appreciate the call. I'm glad you did good on the app, and always keep in touch with us, pal.
I don't use the app.
So are we good? We've had a couple of people text, and it was earlier. I'm just looking around 107, 110 that the news junkie was on and not us.
Really?
3 people text that.
Wow.
They said the news junkie is
I'm out.
playing, not the Penthouse. On iHeart as news junkie. Maybe it's on the iHeart app. What happened when somebody else says, what happened? Where are you guys? Where'd you guys go? So that's
I got a phone call on it, so I don't know. I can.
It might be the app. The app, though.
Yeah, I think it's just the app.
Okay. All right. We apologize for that. Let's see.
Although he can't hear us.
I know.
Apologize for it.
If you know somebody who's listening on the app and you're listening on the radio, can you tell them we apologize?
Yeah, let them know. Pass
Let
a
them
note.
know we
Pass a note.
apologize.
We don't have anything to do with it.
We don't. We
But-
don't control that.
By the way, in the what the Florida, you were asking about that vanity plate for the state.
Yes.
So you can go to Amazon and you can get all 50 states.
Wow.
And it's personalized
Wow.
plates. You can have your text written in there, and it's I'm sure it's not like completely authentic as far as the metal and everything,
But from afar.
But from a
Right?
distance, yeah, it looks like that you can find those plates and have your own text put on them.
I'm surprised they're able to do that.
You would think that, well, it's almost kind of like having fake money, right? But as long as it's somewhere on there it says not, currency or for Hollywood purposes, right? Like we have the money in the other room, it's that type of thing. I mean, it looks a lot like it. And,
But for that, that could be bad for, obviously, criminals. They can throw a plate in the back of their car and it's not even real, which is a bad thing. I'm surprised they're able to sell it.
It'll throw police off.
Of
you
course.
know,
you can't get their plate.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
Just
about
got to
that.
make sure that you are obeying all traffic laws because if you get pulled over, that's how you get busted. Turn-ons. We're talking about weird turn-ons or ones that people are embarrassed about. Wearing a Speedo as a member of the Village People. Oh, no, it's Greek wearing a Speedo As a member of the Village People, YMCA, that's a turn on for them. My wife and I were turned on while watching a shirtless 6'5" handsome man removing our dock pylons. Did I say it? Pylons?
Oh, pylons, yeah.
Pylons.
Okay, pylons.
And he kept on yelling, "Go Hurricanes." I have a feeling he's talking about Matt.
I don't blame you.
And then somebody says, Franny, if I had fake boobies, I would have great posture as well. You're allowed to say boobies, correct? Yes, you can say boobies. Says, love you guys, Danny. And actually, no, boobies would make you go forward, not make you go.
It
Yes.
makes the posture worse.
It makes, yes. I know people with big boobies and they just, they slouch because they weigh them down. But I see what you're saying. That's a fake booby joke. And that's about it. You can always participate, 47142.
Thank you so much, Francis. Thank you, Jimmy. And thank you to the audience. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we're going to come back with a trifecta and a lot more on this Thursday. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
I don't know that anybody watches a Jeffrey Dahmer series on Netflix and like, I'm going to eat a dude today. Damn it. Don't use that against me, please. I don't know.
I mean, it's too late.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
We have a right lane blocked traveling 95 south. It's a vehicle fire in Boynton, 95 south, right after Woolbright Road. Right lane blocked, slowing down the drive. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Hey there, car owners. It's Franny. Head on over to GiveMeTheVin.com for an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds. They buy everything from $2,000 to $200,000. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll throw in an extra $100. They'll even swing by your place, checkbook in hand, and pay off your payoff. No hassle, no regrets. So don't wait. Now's the time to sell with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's a Greek. When I like something, I don't change. I like brunettes for a long time. I'm wearing Armani since I'm 12, and I'm a Yankee fan. And I found my favorite cigar, and it's Vega Fina. Take it from your boy. I love the way it smokes, and I enjoy it after a tough day. You know my life's tough. It's Vega Fina. If I don't know who to bet in a game, I go with a Vega Fina. It clears my mind. And at the track, I love winning on long shots and smoking a Vega Fina. Vega Finas can be purchased at Casa Monte Cristo and Boca Raton. Puff, puff, baby. Peace.
Business. It's not a 9-to-5 proposition. It's all day and into the night. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these businesses is a partner like Comcast Business helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup in the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide. All these businesses choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business. From Main Street to Wall Street, our people are powering the businesses that power it all. So when you're ready to unlock what's possible for your business, there's no one better to answer the call. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Call or visit ComcastBusiness.com to learn more.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
so am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose.
I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more. So we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos, a better, easier way to get term life insurance, all online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Drake's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
I'm really confused because I hear everybody talking about going to Disney, $125, $140 it costs. You buy this 4-day pass, it's $30. When I went to Disney 4 years ago with an ex-girlfriend and her daughter, it was $250 for me, $250 for her, and $200 for the kid. So we're $700 in before we even walk in the door. So I must have gone the wrong week. Peace, guys.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in and also leaving us messages. I don't know about that, Jeremy. I think Franny might know, or Jimmy, about that, the prices for Disney. But he said he had $750 for 3 people.
I would say that it's one of two things. Either one, you went on a weekend, right?
Okay, so it's more money?
Peak season. So, I mean, it's every day it's a different price from what I understand. Or if you got Fast Pass, because that adds. It's like double the ticket, right? So, I mean, if your entrance is $125 and you add Fast Pass, then that's $250. Yeah, because it's usually the same cost as a ticket, or at least the last I saw was like 2 years ago with a different park.
For 3 people, it'd be $750 without even any food or drinks.
I could be, yeah,
Well,
easily.
so we're saying that
pricey.
That I mentioned this earlier that Walt Disney World is offering that special deal for Floridians. Residents will soon have the chance to buy a 4-day Discovery Disney ticket, which equals out to $59 per day, costing a total of nearly $220. There will also be a 3-day ticket option available for $73 per day, and the offer is going to begin on April 2nd, so it's not here yet.
So it's basically the same price for 3 days to 4. If you
But of course,
you obviously have to put it together as a package, so you're still looking at over $200 and something for tickets to get
Still,
in.
that
But
$220 is not a bad deal for 4 days, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. At least you get the 4 days.
Considering Disney prices, yes.
Yeah, if you can do that and you can swing that and you want 4 days in a park, that's a great deal, really.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll go into our last trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, in the Big East tournament today, the quarterfinals, UConn is leaving Xavier 50-42, and that is with 11 minutes left. And North Carolina in the ACC tournament, they are leading Florida State 64-43. And there'll be college basketball games all day today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This week is the conference tournaments, and then next week is the Madness that begins. And Sunday night, the 17th, that is Selection Sunday. Jason Kelsey has retired from the Philadelphia Eagles, but now he says he's jealous. And he says that he has a little bit, maybe I shouldn't have retired because the Eagles signed Barkley and he wants to be part of it. He still goes to the Eagles facility every day. Could he come back? I think he could. You never know. Maybe this summer he thinks about it and says, hey, I want to play one more season, possibly to get another ring. But this is what he's saying. He has many different opportunities to do sports and obviously to get involved with football in the booth. So we'll see what happens with him. And I'm sure him and his brother, they just did get Podcast of the Year by iHeart. There's a lot of different directions he can go into. And I don't know if it was just something that he was throwing out there on his podcast, or really is he sorry that he retired? He was about 50-50 when he did retire. He spoke about it after a playoff game, which Eagles got beat up pretty bad by Tampa. But then he had a press conference about 3 weeks ago and says he is done. So has it been done before where guys retired and came back? Yes, many times. So Brady did it. Michael Jordan did it. So you never know. Maybe he decides that, hey, I want to get out there and I want to play. Speaking of the Eagles, since they got Barkley, they are the number one team in Vegas that people are betting on 17-1 their odds to win the Super Bowl, which is pretty good odds if you get them. But people think that the Eagles have enough to probably make a run and by the free agency pickup of Barkley. I don't really think it changes much for the Eagles, but I'm not I'm the Eagle fan. But I think they're going to be a little bit less than they were last year because they lost a couple of big pieces on both sides of the line. And that is your last trifecta of the day. Peace. Jimmy, do we have somebody on hold?
We do. We have Rick on the line. Hey, Rick, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing, bud? Rick?
Rick?
Bye, Rick.
Rick,
Well,
hang on.
See you, Rick.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate the call.
We did have, before we talk about good habits and bad habits, if you have any that you want to speak to us about, and they could be just good or they could be just bad. If you have any habits that you're maybe say, yeah, this is a good habit. This is something I do. Every Saturday morning I get up and I clean my floor in my kitchen and I clean my whole house. Maybe that's a good habit. Maybe a bad habit is that when the tab comes, you leave the table and stick somebody else. That could be a bad habit.
And maybe that's a bad habit for me is I try to keep my house in order. But I don't really get in there and clean unless I'm having people over. That's when I was like, I got to do everything.
Yeah. Get in there.
I feel like
All
I
the
should. I feel
cracks
like
in
I should. Yeah, that should be a weekly thing. It should. But so this morning, I said I cleaned a little bit yesterday. This morning, I woke up super early because my mom is going to be staying with me for the next few days. And
nice.
yeah, so anytime I have somebody stay with me or we have guests over, that's when I get into crazy cleaning. I steamed my hardwood floors.
That's nice. That's not out of the ordinary, though,
No.
isn't it?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people do that.
And I think she would have came over and be like, "Oh, your house is decently clean." But we just made sure it was. She'd come in.
She should be excited.
She's a responsible adult. Look at her with this clean house.
So
I think she
your
thinks
mom's
you're-
over from the island.
She is. So
Nice.
she's been here
Excellent.
for a few days, but I haven't seen her because it's my, is it my niece's spring break? I don't know. But my sister and my niece, they got a house across the state in this area that's known as Spring with manatees, and they did a little
okay.
Airbnb.
Oh, wow.
So she's been with them,
Sounds
and so
nice.
I'm going to get her for the weekend.
So you got snubbed.
I got snubbed. I couldn't take off because I worked a festival. I know. She's like, oh, I booked this great house. I'm like, damn it, I'm working. But I get her for the weekend. So that's all that matters.
All
yes.
right. Well, we know what you're doing this weekend.
Exactly. I'm doing the Renaissance
That's great.
Festival too.
Give her my best.
Yeah.
You're going to do Renfest this weekend.
I'm taking her to Renfest on
She's gonna
Saturday.
take her down there. Awesome. She's going to have a great time.
I
This
hope
is
so.
Shillelaghs and Shenanigans or something like that,
this
right?
is like
for
the
St.
Irish St.
Patrick's.
Patty's Day is the theme.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the following week is like Fairies Farewell or something like that because it's the last weekend.
It is. That's the one I was
of
really
Renfest.
looking forward to,
Okay.
but it just ended up working out. This was the best weekend to go,
Yeah.
just because I love that theme, the fairies one.
The nice thing about that is there's going to be plenty of fairies there. 'Cause, I mean,
yes,
people dress
they are.
up. I mean, they're all over
I'm
the place.
getting kind of
and
dressed up. We'll
that's-
see.
Oh, you got an idea?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my little headdress and some like accessories for the ears, little elf fairy ears. So there'll
Excellent.
definitely be photographs and videos.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Jimmy, I know you have something by an airline that they're pitching, and do you think that'll be a big thing to a lot of people?
I hope this is something that becomes permanent. At least for some people, I know that leg room and comfort on an airplane is a big thing, and it seems like the airlines have gotten away from this. But Frontier Airlines has announced a new seating option that will provide customers with extra space and comfort during flights. Upfront Plus is the name of it, and that's where seats are available only in the first 2 rows of the aircraft. So, I mean, this is very, very limited, and the amount, even on the aircraft, it's a limited amount of space and limited time that this is going on. But maybe it's a trend. We'll see. Customers in those seats will get a guaranteed window or aisle seat with extra legroom, and the middle seat will be empty.
Wow.
So you won't be crammed in. Frontier customers can now upgrade to Upfront Plus seating for flights departing on or after April 10th. And what it does is it does add a little cost, of course. It's $49 is the additional cost for it, which, I don't know, $50 doesn't sound too bad.
It does not.
If you know that you're going to have all that extra leg room and a little bit more comfort there. The upgrades will only be available through April 30th of 2024, according to Frontier spokespeople. In 2022, the Federal Aviation Administration collected public comments on the possibility of a minimum standard size for commercial airline seatings. Thousands of travelers chimed in, complaining of narrow rows, small seats, and insufficient legroom. Not uncommon, right? We've heard that many times. We've all experienced that ourselves, even for us short people like Franny and I. At time, Reuters reported that the average pitch, the distance between one seat and the seat directly in front, was somewhere between 30 and 31. Back in the early 80s, that went up to as much as 35 inches. So they've obviously shrunk the size of the seats, was the whole point of bringing that part of it up. But I hope that this is something that maybe they start looking into and creating more of, because I think that they'll sell it for sure.
And I'm surprised Frontier is jumping on that.
Yeah, how about
Because
that?
normally they're the ones that get bashed all the time. But I
for
like
cutting
that
corners.
idea.
I think leaving a seat open, a lot of people would like that.
Yeah,
sure,
I
sure.
think you would, and I think there would be less.
Oh, you get so excited when you're sitting there and it
Yeah.
looks like the plane is almost full and
Yeah.
you have that middle seat empty and you're like, please, 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 please. And then it's always the last one in.
I mean, in a way, you could do that now if you wanted to.
Purchase
You
2
could
tickets.
buy that seat, and then nobody's going to get into it. But
that's expensive.
That's quite pricey,
It is.
right? I mean, if you're looking at $200, $300, $400 plus $100 for that, here they're offering that to you for $50.
Yeah, and I think you would have less people wanting to sit by the window if they knew that middle seat was open. Because a lot of people always say, like, I don't want to sit next to anybody. So, if you know it, you might be like, I don't care if it's the aisle or the thing. I'm not
Sure.
sitting next to anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their own preference. A lot of people like the aisle so they can get off quicker, when the plane does land,
Yeah.
obviously.
Easier to get up and roam around
Yep.
during the flight, too, as well.
That's a lot of people talk about that because if they go to a restroom and they feel bad, getting up and saying, excuse me, this and that. But, yeah, the middle seat being open would be pretty good. As long as the pilot seat's not open, might be something to look at. The American Gaming Association, which I get emails from, they estimate that $2.7 billion will be bet on the NCAA men's and women's basketball tournament. Men's and women's tournament. $2.7 billion will be bet on that. The Super Bowl this year, $1.4 billion was bet on that, though that's almost double. So the NCAA tournaments will be starting for men's and women's within the next week, and they are saying that they think it'll be $2.7 billion. Now, that number could go up. Obviously, that's only an estimate. But I do think more people are going to be betting on the women's than have bet on them in the past because of all the fame with Clark, with Iowa, and South Carolina, and LSU, USC. There are a lot of good teams out there this year. But that's what they're saying. $2.7 billion will be bet on the NCAA tournaments, both men and women. Jimmy,
Not surprised.
Jimmy, who do we have?
We have our good friend Paul Lynn checking in from heaven. Hey, Paul, how you doing, bud?
Franny, a fairy party? I'll be there. Oh.
He always has such great reception.
He does. From heaven?
Yeah,
I wonder what plan he has.
Yeah, he always sounds gin clear.
He does. So speaking of sports, it looks like Florida they're moving forward because they have legalized. I love it. They are the latest state to legalize power slap.
Ooh.
Yes. Yes. So Power Slap is coming to Florida. They said it ahead of that big UFC Miami fight that happened this past Friday. They announced that the Florida State Athletic Commission had become the latest state to legalize Power Slap. Now today, they made a unanimously approved Power Slap. We look forward to bringing Power Slap to Florida. That's what Dana White wrote on his Instagram page. This has become the third state after California and Nevada, shocker, to legalize this new slap fighting league by Dana White. And he promises to bring power.
That's a different one.
He promises to bring Power Slap events immediately to the states that approve his new sports league. He said it'll be interesting to see how fast other states move to legalize Power Slap as they continue to hold more events. Is this something that, because they've been doing this in Russia for a while, right?
Yeah.
Is this something that you would consume?
No.
I don't have any interest, but I'm sure there are people out there that do, like everything else. Yeah. I'm sure Dana White is a brilliant man as far as all this stuff and promoting and doing stuff with boxing and UFC. He knows what he's doing. So I'm sure he feels there's an audience to it.
It is crazy, though. I mean, these are big dudes.
I've seen it.
And the women, too. They have women. But just the force behind it, and you just got to take it, because obviously the longer you take it, you win. I don't know how it works. Do you get knocked out? How does it work? I don't know. Or you tap out, like that's it, like I can't take it anymore.
Is that what it is? I really don't know. I mean, I've seen a couple of quick videos on it, and basically, you're right. It's just dudes with arms as big as my thighs hitting each other in the face. I don't know.
There is a
how
women's
you win.
division,
There
too.
is.
Yeah, like you said. But yeah, I'm sure people will watch it, consume it. He'll make money on it. People will bet on it. Like anything else, you only need two sides to have somebody bet on it, and I'm sure they will. I mean, he does very well.
I want to know, how do you win?
So there's a striker and defender. Then they have a coin toss to see who strikes first.
There's a
the
referee.
Clock, 60 seconds to recover and return a slap. So there is a clock. So you have 60 seconds. They have a men's and women's division. They have weight classes, same as MMA.
Oh, that's good.
Yep, that's good.
Gotta have that, right?
Point. Okay, so it says there's 3 to 5 rounds. Scoring, slap damage, and effectiveness, and defender reaction and recovery.
Slap damage. This sounds like a video game. I love it.
I mean, when you watch these people, it's insane.
But they're getting points, too.
They get yeah, that's what I said. So,
I'm saying that's big.
That's scoring, yep.
Yeah.
So replay officials, fouls, clubbing, stepping, illegal wind-up, and flinching. And so you can't flinch. You got yeah, but wind up. I love the wind up. That's a foul. I don't know what clubbing and stepping is. Maybe like you step in, maybe? I don't know. And then finishes, points, KO, TKO, and DQ. That's how it ends.
Clubbing with like a closed fist or something, maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe that's what that is.
But yeah, so that's how you win, right? Because they do have scoring.
Okay, yeah.
So it's either by
Fair
points, knockout,
I asked,
TKO,
you answered.
or disqualified.
Yeah, I mean, again, they always have that in boxing. At the end of the decision, at the end of the fight, the judges come up with scores. 115 to 113. They'll do the same thing here.
They give you chalk for your hands.
Oh, that's nice.
So you get a nice dry slap.
Oh, yeah, nice. Wow. Hey, you know me. I don't prefer the dry slap.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I mean, I'm watching it right now on powerslap.com. Gosh, it just looks brutal.
Oh, yeah. It does.
It looks
It does.
brutal.
I can't imagine that.
I mean, even when you watch the guys in the UFC, I mean, some of those fights, though, and the referee gets in there, but it always seems to me like when I'm watching, it's almost like a hockey referee. Like they let them get, pound these guys, and you look at them like, how did these guys even get up? You know what I mean? Like I saw them the other night watching them fight, and the ref got in there, but I didn't think quick enough for me personally. But man, I mean, and even the women when they're fighting.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's aggressive.
Very. And with the punching, that's the part that I like and is fun. But I always get scared when I start seeing legs fly.
Yeah.
Because then you see like some dude like his leg breaks. And it just starts
Dangling
flopping
his
around.
foot.
It's like, oh my God, that just grosses me out. Even I get grossed out by
Me
that.
too.
And not much grosses me out, but that's one of them.
No, I mean, and like I said, some of the fights like that I've seen anyway, and everybody sees them. I mean, these guys are laying on beatings.
Oh yeah, but when you watch definitely watch slow mo on the power slap because you want to watch a face jiggle. Ooh, it's crazy.
Florida again. Yes, always at it.
Right behind California, Nevada.
There it is, buddy. You're making money, so are we. We're gonna get in there and probably be at Hard Rock soon. I mean, everywhere, just like pickleball.
Florida.
Nice. That's what it's all about. Oh my God, it is crazy. Some of those fights the way they do, but yeah, people go in there, and I wonder how you train for that. I'm sure you got to have like somebody you got to be able to slap every day and get ready for it. That'd be your job. I just take slaps from professional people.
So do you build up like tolerance on your hand so that, as you slap? Because, I mean, obviously it can hurt your hand as well, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on where you slap somebody.
Tolerance on your hand and your face.
Like you miss, you hit the side of their head or
jaw,
the chin. Imagine hitting somebody's like ear, pop their ear.
It looks like sometimes they are. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's got to be illegal. I mean, I'm sure there's a certain designated area where you're supposed to strike.
No, but you can miss.
That's what I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could just accidentally just miss, just like when you're shooting an arrow. Sorry about that.
Just like it.
Golf ball.
Yeah, just like it.
People get it all the time.
Sure.
Yeah, you shouldn't be there. But
Do you have to yell like, two? Cheek.
Cheek. Oh, I meant to hit you in the cheek. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we put a smile on your face. After the show, we're going to get into the Greek Zone. We will definitely tackle the NBA and college basketball tournaments. Rob Vino is back in the house with us today, so we're excited about that. Rob will give us some details about some big college games and also give you some over and unders. That will follow the Penthouse. Jimmy, good job as always. Thank you for everything you do every single day. And moi and do.
Moi and do to you too. And thank you very much, Greek. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you for listening.
Franny, great job as always. You get the game ball. You just are tremendous every day. I'm very excited.
Franny.
I don't deserve it. I'll share it with you guys. We're splitting this game ball in 3.
Okay.
Oh, that's so nice of you. But great job anyway.
Thank you. Of course. And G-Man, great job to you. Great job, Jimmy, as always. And a great job to you because you've dealt with us for 4 hours. Thank you so much for tuning in.
You get the game ball.
You get the game ball.
Thank you.
And I'm excited to be back in the Penthouse for a Friday show. G-Man, do you have any parting words?
I'm excited because our vending machine just got filled up.
Oh, I saw him filling that thing.
And I'm like, wow.
It is stopped.
Big things.
Stopped.
Little things that get you excited in life. You're like, wow, we got M&Ms. Watch out, baby. And the guy said they're somewhat fresh, which is cool.
Oh, somewhat. Nice.
Within this decade?
That's what he said.
Nice.
I said, we got M&Ms? He goes, yeah. I go, are they fresh? He goes, somewhat. I said, thank you, sir. And he goes, wow, I never seen somebody so excited for me to fill a machine. It is the Penthouse. Have a great afternoon, everybody. We'll be back with the Greek Zone in a few minutes. Peace.
Got YouTube? Yeah? Us too. Just search Real Radio 92.1 on YouTube.
Experience the best of the Palm Beaches cuisine in one amazing location. Experience the flavors of unlimited samples paired with exquisite wines and craft beers. Experience the fun of live entertainment and VIP perks. The Tastings Food, Wine, and Craft Beer event is back Saturday, April 13th at Tanger Outlets Palm Beach. Taste the Palm Beaches for only $40. Want to be a VIP and get in an hour early? VIP tickets are just $50. Get your tickets now at pbtastings.com. That's pbtastings.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Point Beach, it's an earlier vehicle fire. It's now off to the shoulder. Look out 95 South after Woolbright Road. Turnpike looks good along the Palm Beaches. No major delays or incidents. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by the new Banana Boat 360 coverage. This sun season, Banana Boat is giving you a new way to spray. Introducing new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Better control for better coverage with a reusable sprayer and refill. From sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 coverage at Walmart.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are, 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
8 glorious weekends of merriment and mayhem. 12 stages with continuous entertainment and fun for the whole family. The Florida Renaissance Festival celebrates a different and exciting theme each and every weekend in February and in March at Quiet Waters Park in Deerfield Beach. Tickets available now at ren-fest.com. Sponsored in part by Comcast.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a new Samsung Galaxy A15 for just $99. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah! Good talk.
Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. In-store activation on single Silver Unlimited plan or higher required. Family plan discount with 4 lines all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. Why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They are draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WINNING for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code WINNING. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNING for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WINNING.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 comedy.
If they were really donut holes, the bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
FPL is looking at other ways to produce energy that down the line will reduce my bill.
My name is Amy. I've been with FPL over 6 years. There are so many initiatives to continue to deliver clean, reliable, and safe energy to our customers.
Learn more at FPL.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Yes, it is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Getting ready, baby. It is the madness right down the block, and we'll be here before we know it. Selection Sunday. Right now, we are in the midst, big word, of the conference tournaments. ACC, Big East, Pac-12, all going on right now, and all the bids will be officially in on Sunday. If they win the tournament, you get automatically into the NCAA tournament. And also the women's tournament will be going on also. Miami Heat, tough game last night. Denver did come to South Beach, was close for 3 quarters, but pulled away, and ended up beating the Heaters by about 12 and change and did cover. Sacramento Kings last night, first time ever, they swept the Los Angeles Lakers 4 games in a row. Kings were a hot bet. We will look into the NBA today and college basketball. We will also check some scores going on right now. 2 of the big powerhouses, 2 of the 1 and maybe a 2 seed, North Carolina, that are playing right now. We'll get the scores on them for you and guys, let you know what's going on. Last time we did check in the scores, Carolina was winning by about 20. They are winning right now with 3 minutes left, 84-57. That's in the ACC tournament. And we're looking at UConn, who was breaking away from Xavier, which was a close game at halftime, which I was not happy about. But now they are crushing Xavier, 87-60. They're pulling away by 27. That game was close at half, only a couple points. Actually, 1 point. UConn was winning by 1 at halftime, and then they pulled away. Texas Tech is beating BYU in the Big 12 championship. That's quarterfinals, 56-38. And in the SEC, LSU and Mississippi State, LSU leads at halftime, 29-22. Michigan State is up 77-67. Later today, you have TCU against Houston. Houston a 1 seed. Pitt against Wake Forest. And there's so many more games going on all day long. If you want to check anything, all you got to do is go to ESPN. You can check all the games. Big East. Duke's playing it later this afternoon against North Carolina State. Stanford and Washington State. Nevada, Colorado State. That's going to be a very good game. Villanova, Marquette. Villanova almost got beat, and they're on the bubble right now. They almost got beat by DePaul. Cincinnati beat Kansas last night, but Kansas had a lot of injuries. So those are most of the games going on. But you can check ESPN for all the scores and everything that is going to be happening in college basketball. Again, this is the week. This is the conference tournaments. And then Sunday night, you'll end up having this selection Sunday. You'll see where your favorite team is going. And then you'll find out the odds. We have the odds now, but they're going to change based on what happened this week. In the NBA tonight, Phoenix is playing Boston. Boston's laying 5.5. Little low, I think, that line, but Boston's hot as a firecracker, and they're back home now. Chicago's playing the Clippers, and the Clippers are giving them 6, and the Bulls are home. Philadelphia getting 7.5 from Milwaukee. Houston taking on Washington. Houston's laying 8. New York and Portland. Knicks giving Portland 10.5. Woo, that's a lot. Portland's been playing better. Dallas and Oklahoma City. Dallas is getting 10 from Oklahoma City. Somebody's got to be out in that game. So those are your NBA games. We're going to peel back a little to the Boston and Phoenix matchup, and just to see some trends and what's going on in this game. Head-to-head, their last 10 games, they're 5-5. I think the line is a little bit slow, but Phoenix is 1-6 against the spread in their last 7 games. So they're not on a good trend as far as point spread. But Phoenix is 11-5 against the spread in the last 16 games against Boston. So there's something there that could be interesting. Boston's 9-2 against the spread in their last 11 games. It seems like every night they play, they blow somebody out. And big. I mean, like 20, 15 points, double digits all the time. So it's going to be very interesting in that game tonight. Chicago, a big win last night on the road. DeRozan hit a turnaround shot to send the game into overtime, and then they hope they help them end up getting a W. Miami Heat, like I said, bad game for them last night. They'd lost in the fourth quarter. They played well up to the fourth quarter, and then once the fourth quarter came, they did not play well at all. And a little disappointed as a Heat fan. They lost. Again, they just don't play well in the fourth quarters. They haven't been playing good. They played close. The halftime was close in third quarter, but Nuggets pulled away 100-88. And not a good game for the Heaters. And the Heaters have not been playing well as of the last week. They did get beat the other night by Washington. So in the last, 10 games, Miami doesn't have a winning record. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. You can get involved with us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. NFL free agency, that's going on. Dolphins have been pretty quiet. Not much going on with the Dolphins. They've lost some guys, but besides that, they've just been quiet with the free agency. Signed a couple guys, but no name that you're like, oh my God, that's going to change everything. People are talking about the big signing with Cousins going to Atlanta. Some people think that's going to make them an instant contender and a division winner. Their odds have changed in Vegas. The one team that ended up changing a little bit was the Dolphins on defense. We lost 3 starters, which isn't good. Barkley going to the Eagles. A lot of people like that pick. They think that's going to be a big difference. Henry going to the Ravens. A lot of people like that. 9 running backs that played for teams changed teams in the last couple days. So you're going to need a lineup card next year, no doubt about it. The Aaron Rodgers thing, hopefully that blows away. He might be running for vice president. Robert Kennedy Jr. Jimmy Kimmel went after him and said now he's associated with 2 losing teams. Still a good line. I'm a fan of Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, but Jimmy Kimmel, he clapped back a little bit at him. Those guys, if you're not familiar, definitely have some bad blood between them. But we will definitely see what happens. Calvin Ridley's unbelievable situation. He got a huge contract from the Tennessee Titans. I mean, you want to talk about cashing in. This kid got like $92 million and $50 guaranteed as a receiver. A huge thing. Carolina now 90-65 over Florida State, with a minute and change left in that game. And UConn is blowing out. They are now, it's a final 87-60. UConn won by 27 points. And that game was close at half, only 1, which is crazy. Next up, you got Houston playing at 3 o'clock. Another number 1 seed. They're taking on TCU. They're laying 10.5 and 6 for the first half. 877-927-6969. Jimmy, I don't know if you still have it, but did we ever check our over-under from 2 days ago? Remember we went the lowest one and the highest one? A couple people texted me about that. I don't know.
I didn't write them down.
Yeah, I think it was. I think
it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh, was it yesterday?
I thought we just did it yesterday.
Okay,
yeah.
I think it was.
You were telling me about your friend, and that's what he does.
Yeah.
He always looks on the NBA line to see who has the highest over-under and the lowest over-under, and he bets below, under the lowest, and always takes the over on the highest.
Yeah, I think we had Memphis and the Lakers. I do remember now. Somebody was texting me. I think it was, Memphis was 202, and I think the Lakers was 229 against the Kings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those are the 2. I don't think they worked out, but again, that's just the theory my buddy has. And he wins more than he loses, but doesn't mean that it works out all the time. In a lot of these theories, when you see stuff like that. I know Aaron Rodgers did comment about some things, and we'll see what happens. I don't know. Again, I hope he just plays ball, and that's what he does for the Jets, and has a good season. That's what I'm hoping, and they do it. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are opening a steakhouse, 1587 Prime. I'm not surprised. That's both of their numbers. And taken from Prime 112 maybe in Miami. But the hot spot is named 1587 Prime, and those are both of their jersey numbers. And they are in partners with a big restaurant group, which I think will be great. But this, I'm sure people are going to want to go to this place. There's no doubt about it. It's 2 stories, 10,000 square foot, and it'll be located inside a hotel in downtown. but it's going to be called Prime 1587. Wow. And I'm sure the players are going to go there. And Mahomes and Kelsey. It'll be another connection they're making as they're opening a steak restaurant in downtown Kansas City. That's pretty cool that they're doing something like that. I like the 1587. I think that's cool. I like that with their numbers, and that's making the name of the restaurant. So if you're going to be in Kansas City in the future, get down there and check it out. It's going to be a steak restaurant, one-of-a-kind dining experience. Maybe all the other teams will stop by there, and there'll be some fans will probably be going there looking for Taylor Swift to see if she'll ever be there. But, 1587, they're opening a steak restaurant together. That should be pretty cool. I'm sure it's going to be packed. There's no doubt about it. Definitely in Kansas City, you won't be able to get into that place. And people will hope that they bump into the guys and that they're there. 1587 Prime. That is the name of the restaurant in Kansas City. Kelsey and his quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. What do you think of that, Jimmy? Think they'll do okay? They'll do good there.
Sure. I don't see why not. I'm trying to look up those games. L.A. and the Lakers and the Kings were the one. Now they finished. Kings beat them 120 to 107. So there's your 227. So that didn't make it over
by 2 points
because I know it was 230 something. If I remember right,
I thought it was 229, 230. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it was close.
And was the other one the Nets and Magic?
It was Memphis. I think they had the lowest one.
Memphis and Hornets.
Yeah.
110.98. So, then that didn't get under. That didn't stay under. So.
Yeah, like I said, they're just a trendy does.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I talked about a friend of mine's girl who went to Hard Rock about a month ago and bet 4 basketball games in a parlay and won. Had no knowledge of the games at all, just picked them, and I always say you got to be better lucky to win.
All right, so for today's card, if you want to do that same, you want to do it? Because I'll write it down.
Yeah.
So this time we can check it. Right, so it looks like Oklahoma City and OKC and Dallas are at 234.5, and the Knicks and Portland are 205. So we'll watch those games tomorrow and see if the Knicks and Portland stay under.
Okay.
So that Knicks and Portland, they stay
2-0.
under, and then of course we're looking at the Mavs and OKC going over 234.5. So we'll got that written down, and we can check that tomorrow.
Yeah. Again,
I like that. I like, just kind of something silly, little thing like that, right? That, again, we talk about horses and picking, the 7 because we like the color that 7 goes with 7, right? And some silly things like that. So it's kind of neat when you see.
And sometimes they work out, like everything else. First of all, professional handicappers, in case you're listening to the show for the first time on the Greek Zone, we're talking about handicapping, sports picks, odds, 1-8 trends, all different stuff like that. Everything to do with sports betting, which is legal in the state of Florida now. The best handicappers are like 62, 63%.
Yep, that's it. And those are the really good ones.
Yeah.
So you win 6.5, 7 times out of 10. You're going to, averaging out that way, and you're going to be a winner. You're you're making big money.
Now, Calvin Ridley is signing a 4-year contract, $92 million, including $50 million guaranteed with the Tennessee Titans. That is a huge year. Now, Ridley's going to join Hopkins and Burks. They got very good receivers. And second-year quarterback Will Levis, who was people really think he's very good. He ended up replacing basically Tannehill. But, yeah, man, I got to tell you, that is a huge deal, one of the highest-paid receivers. And Jefferson, supposedly with Minnesota, turned down a deal of $30 million a year with the Vikings. There was speculation. It wasn't out there, but people talked about it, where Vikings offered him $30 million a year, and he turned it down. Doesn't want to be in Minnesota anymore. They traded Cousins. Doesn't feel like the team's going in the right direction. But with all the receivers getting signed, different time, all the running backs last week, receivers are still getting paid, but this is a huge payday for Calvin Ridley. $92 million, $50 million guaranteed. That is huge. Tennessee is the team. They're going to have some good weapons now, and they also got rid of Henry. So we'll see what happens. Now, Ridley was suspended in the 2022 season for an investigation that found he bet on the NFL games in a 5-day stretch in November. His bets total only $1,500, but he ended up losing $11 million that year. Which is not good for him.
Yeah, maybe legal for us, but it's not for them.
No ball players can do anything with betting on NFL, or coaches, or anybody associated with the team, announcers, referees, nobody can do anything like that.
Ball boy? Can the ball boy bet?
I don't know if the boy can. He might have some insight. He might not be able to. And they said anybody who has anything to do with the team.
Sure.
So
yeah.
I guess if he's employed, no. I guess not.
Yeah, because he's there. He gets, like heads up on some things,
Yeah, he
right?
might.
So there's a unfair advantage that could be there with him just being in a locker room or she being there and knowing that a player might be cramping that day or injured and it may not necessarily be reflective on the injury report.
Yeah, you never know. Like I said, there's always different things that are out there. But I think that Whit Ridley, he got suspended for the year. And then he sat out, and then last year he came back with the Jaguars, had a good season. But for him to sign for $92 million, that's huge. It really is. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek zone. We were talking a little bit about some college tournament games going out. North Carolina and UConn both blew out today. Suns and Celtics tonight. Boston's -5.5. Over/under is 225. Clippers and Bulls. Bulls getting 6.5, and they're home. That's a lot to give them. Wizards and Rockets. Rockets laying 7.5. 76ers and Bucks. Bucks 7.5. Thunder 10.5 over the Mavericks. 235. Jimmy did mention that. And the Knicks and Blazers. New York Knicks laying 10.5 to Portland. It's a lot of points to give Portland to the Knicks. Knicks on the road, traveling, still a little banged up. And Portland playing a little better over the last, I would say, week and a half. But those are the games tonight. We will be talking to Rob Vino. Rob Vino talked to us about the NBA and I'm sure college hoops because he's very much into college hoops. And we'll see what happens. The Knicks blew out the 76ers last time they played on Tuesday. Sunday night, they played a bad game. But, Sunday night's game was the lowest game of the year. I think it was like 78-75 the Knicks lost. But they ended up blowing them away. You got the Oklahoma City against Dallas, and Oklahoma City's -10.5. Against Dallas Mavericks. 3-5 this season without Luka. He's not playing tonight. That's why that line is high, and I knew it. I said that line's got to be something to go with Luka. Philadelphia is playing the Bucks. Bucks 8.5. Philly's home, but the Philadelphia 76ers have been really without Joe Embiid going 4-6 over the past 10 games, including Tuesday's blowout loss to the Knicks. So they got the Greek Freak and Lillard are both healthy. I don't know how Philadelphia is going to stop them or even slow them down. The Bucks should be able to keep it going tonight with a 7-3 record over the past 10 games. Also, some over-unders you could bet. You could bet tonight the Greek Freak over 51 points, rebounds, and assists. All three. 51 points, rebounds, and assists. That's a combination. So that's him scoring 35, maybe getting 10 rebounds, 45, and 7 assists. So there it is. That's a lot, 51.5, but it's there. You always get prop bets every single night, and they'll love betting the prop bets. Celtics, we talked about them playing the Suns. Celtics are 6.5, overs 227. Boston back home after a road trip where they were all over the place and they were out west. They come back home. Certain teams, when they first come back home, it's not a good bet. You can look that up. Certain teams have better records, but after a road trip, they usually have a day where they're like, a little burnt out. And again, tonight, laying this kind of points with Phoenix, when you got Kevin Durant, obviously, you got Beal and Booker. That might be a lot of points to lay tonight. But the Suns are a team that doesn't finish games off well. They always have a bad fourth quarter. Clippers and Bulls tonight at the United Center. Another one of those lines where you look at and say, wow, Clippers are laying 5.5 to the Bulls. Bulls are playing good ball. Did play last night, back-to-back. I would look that up. Washington and Houston. Houston laying 7.5 to Washington. I think Houston's a good bet tonight. Playing the Wizards. I do like them tonight. And maybe the Bulls. The Bulls could be an opportunity. Or the Sixers. Or the Bucks. And then the other one might be Portland. Portland getting 10.5 from the Knicks. Now, again, Knicks traveling out to Portland. They did play the other night. They did beat Philly. They split a home-and-home series, but that might be something that you could look at. Dallas Mavericks at Oklahoma City. We already said Luka's out, so check that game if you're thinking about it. Knicks injury report, Julius Randle's out. He's going to be out for a long time, so he might not be coming back until the playoffs in that. So we'll see what happens. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved with the show. You could also email us at Jimmy@realradio921.com. NFL, a lot of guys moving around. If you think a team did really, really good, let us know. Also, the Ravens lost Queen, a great linebacker. He went to the Steelers right in their division. That's going to help them. Also, with the Russell Wilson signing, some people thinking that the Pittsburgh Steelers got like an A- or a B on free agency. We'll see. You know,
What do you think?
I think the Steelers did great. Yeah, I think the Steelers every year. I think, 17 years he hasn't been below 500.
Yeah.
And I think with Russell Wilson, they'll be better than they were last year. Their quarterbacks last year were not good. Rudolph came in for the playoffs. Queen picking him up on defense is very good. They signed a couple other guys. Steelers are a very good team in the draft. Yeah, I think they can win 11 games or 10. Very tough division with the Browns and the Bengals, obviously. It's going to be a very tough division. And you got Pittsburgh, Browns, Bengals, and Ravens.
And the Ravens, of course, yeah.
Yeah, Ravens, I mean, they got Henry, but the Ravens' problem is the same problem they've had since Lamar's been there. He doesn't play well in the playoffs. I think he's 3-5 or 3-6. Yesterday I was watching a game from 2019. He played against Tennessee, and they were big favorites. In the first round, they ended up losing. So it's just Lamar playing better in the playoffs and also doing what Lamar does. When they played this year, the line we thought was crazy was 4 or 5, and we were right. Also in that game, Lamar passed a lot, didn't run as much. A lot of people thought, why was he doing that? But, I think a lot of times with a lot of these free agents, it's an opinion. Experts look at it, but you'll know next year. You can look back and say, hey, they did well for this guy, or bad. They overpaid. They reached. But I think the Steelers so far did pretty well. And there's a lot. Houston Texans signed like 6-7 guys. And very aggressive in there. And they're a team that did very well, won their division, and lost first round of playoffs. But their quarterback.
C.J. Stroud played out as behind last year.
Did great.
Very good. Good playoff game, too. They didn't get blown out. It was a good, solid game. Unfortunately, they came out on the losing end of it. But that kid looks like he's going to it doesn't look like it was a fluke. What do you think? I mean, I don't see that just being a one and done. I think he's going to have some longevity and a good career there in Houston.
He seems like it. I mean, he really does seem like he's going to have a very good career. He had a great season, and the team's okay. They don't have a lot of big stars around him, and he made all the right calls. Very poised back there, was able to run sometimes and play well. I'd be shocked if he had a bad sophomore season, but
me too.
He did very good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he overachieved, like you just said, and I think people were shocked.
Yeah.
So,
well, I don't think anybody expected it. You don't usually see that with rookies nowadays that get thrown right in on a team that really has been in disarray for quite a while, especially after all the nonsense that they've had with the coaching. Of course, losing our quarterback up to Cleveland there. Baltimore next year, third favorite to still to win the Super Bowl, plus 900 on the Hard Rock app.
Oh, wow.
So,
who's won, the Niners?
It's still Niners, still Kansas City second, and I just don't get it. I don't know why they're keeping the 49ers above the Chiefs. I would still think Buffalo's still sitting in the number 4 spot, and boy, I tell you what, you talk about a team that's cleaned house. I see that they restructured Josh Allen's deal.
Yeah,
to make some room for to get some guys, which obviously they're going to need to.
Yeah, they got rid of a few veterans on defense that were in their 30s. The one safety who ended up signing with the Dolphins, he went right over.
Right.
So, I mean, that could be a help. We'll see what happens. I think a lot of these teams, like right now, they got to they look at everything. It's all monetarily. They're over the cap, or they got to try to save money, and then the draft's coming up. So that's the best way to make your team better, through the draft. The draft and free agencies. The good thing with the draft is everybody's on the rookie deals, and you save money. So, again, NFL, people are talking about them all the time. They're talking all about the NFL, and they're excited about it. Miami rumors might get a Super Bowl in 4 years. That's something I did hear last night. The next 3 years are designated, but I did hear from a pretty good source, Miami might be about 4 years away. Next year it's going to be in New Orleans, and then I know the year after that it's in San Francisco, and then it's in L.A. So after that, I did hear Miami might get a Super Bowl. So we'll see what happens with that. That would probably be 2028 where Dolphins might get one to be back at Hard Rock. And don't forget Vegas. I'm sure Vegas is going to be chomping at the bit, too.
Sure, yeah.
Because they had such a great success there this year with the Super Bowl, with the Niners and the Chiefs, and everybody loved it. The fans loved it. Players, everybody was excited about it. The media, they thought it was just a great place. It is the Greek Zone. We're going to discuss today some NFL more. We'll talk to Rob Vino is going to call us. We'll talk about the college basketball, and we'll also talk about the NBA and a lot more in the Greek Zone. We return. Peace.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
A lot of people don't know this, but the state of New York, there's actually a law on the books that makes it illegal to commit adultery. Crystal, would you be in jail as an adulterer? You must have had sex with some guys throughout your marriage.
And gals.
And women. Well, yeah, that would count too, right?
Yeah, right.
You're a serial offender.
I'd have to get multiple years. Would you get a year for every person had sex
well, it's
with?
90 days. 90 days.
Okay.
You know, in your case, yeah, you'd probably...
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's the Greek for an iHeartRadio for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Anything you're doing always makes it a better time with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Maybe you're playing some golf with your friends. After a long 18 holes, have some Tito's. Having some people over, just kicking back and having a cigar? Bring some Tito's. Or maybe you're on a boat fishing. Bring some Tito's. Tito's goes good with everything and makes every good time a great time. It's Tito's Handmade Vodka. Add it to any situation. Peace.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Weezer, Indie Rock Road Trip. Coming your way, Saturday, September 21st, Hard Rock Live. Weezer, live, with special guests, The Flaming Lips and Dinosaur Jr. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at myhrl.com. Weezer, don't miss out.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Eat, drink, and be Irish all weekend long this St. Patrick's Day.
Aye, Sancha.
Grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's Sports Grill for a St. Patrick's party featuring $4 Green Miller Light pints, $6 Jameson shots, and $7 Guinness pints. Plus, enjoy Duffy's famous corned beef and cabbage for just $15.99 on St. Patrick's Day. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember,
at Duffy's, our game is always on.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the March Spring Sale, March 15th through the 25th, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $28.92. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only, some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Car accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
West Palm Beach crash involving a tractor trailer. Watch out. Left lane of your off-ramp blocked. It's 95 South to Blue Heron Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 24/7 comedy.
Men don't settle down. We surrender. Women, we never express the emotions we're actually feeling, right? I'm fine means I'm about to stab you in the neck.
Clips from today's top comedians and the greatest of all time.
Donut hole. If you want a donut, have a donut. Why are you eating the hole?
When you need a laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
You can actually change the station.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It's so funny with stars, like certain things happen to them in their life, and then every time somebody brings up their name, they think of it. Like Richard Gere. I don't think he'll ever be able to get rid of the hamster.
Yeah.
I hope he got rid of it.
yeah, he never got. He's still up there. He's still up there.
It's a rumor. I don't know if it's
That
true.
poor guy, I know. I mean, especially if it's not. I mean, even if it is, it's very embarrassing, but especially if it's not, that sticks with you your whole life.
It's crazy.
Gotta suck.
I bet you if you went up to 10 people on the street right now and said Richard Gere, I bet you 8 out of 10 would say that.
First thing come to mind.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you think of when you think of Richard Gere?
See, I don't know if I would, and because we're talking about it now it's like stuck in my head, but I think if somebody randomly popped up and was like, first thing, I'd be like, Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
That'd be my first thought, too, probably, but that would be a close second.
Yeah, either way. I mean, Pretty Woman or a hamster.
I think it was a gerbil.
Gerbil, yeah.
I didn't understand what it was. So I just threw it out there.
One's got a tail, one doesn't. So that's the difference.
Well, it's good to know.
Wow.
Which one has the tail? Because that's the one you want to use, I guess, right?
Well, that tickles.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. No backdoor covers here, baby. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday afternoon. College basketball full swing. And tonight, our Gators are taking on Georgia in the SEC tournament. We are the home of the Florida Gators for football. You could also hit this game, hear it on 1230 The Gambler, which you could also hear the Greek Zone on every day. Always appreciate you guys tuning in. 877-927-6969. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury lawyer. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. 561-689-8180. You get into an accident, it sucks. It's a pain in the ass. You don't know what to do. Give Jason's crew a call, and they will definitely help you and get you on the right path. Earlier today, 2 blowouts. UConn ended up winning at the end. Close at halftime, unfortunately. If you had them in the first half, you're not happy about that. But they did blow out in the second half, won by 27. And North Carolina led wire to wire as they ended up beating Florida State. Gators tonight, they are playing. The Canes are already done in their tournament. They lost to BC, but the Gators are playing tonight versus Georgia. Miami Heat not playing tonight. They ended up taking on last night the Denver Nuggets, the champs. And the champs do what champs do. They came down here and they beat the Heat. Game was pretty close for 3 quarters, close at halftime, but Denver pulled away in the fourth quarter and ended up outscoring the Heat by about 13 or 14. Joker, big night. Murray, a big night. Did what they had to do. Business as usual. And the Nuggets are, I still think, one of the best teams in the NBA, especially in the West. Nobody talks about them ever, but you know what? When it's all said and done, the Nuggets will be in the Western Conference Finals and maybe back in the NBA Finals. The Heaters, a little erratic this year, up and down, and as of late, not playing great ball. So not great for the Heat right now, so hopefully they can bounce back. In hockey, the Panthers are playing great, one of the hottest teams in the NHL, and they are doing everything they need to do, and they are in first place. So hopefully everything works out. It is Jimmy and the Greek, and now we have our special guest who joins us every Thursday from WagerTalk.com, Rob Vino. Rob, how are you, my friend?
I am good today, Greek. How are you?
I am good. College tournaments, again, the conference tournament's a little crazy this week, and then the madness. I'm sure you got to be jacked up and getting questions all over the place about what's going on.
Yeah, it's been nonstop today. Today has been a crazy day. Just one video to one audio to one video to one audio. But it's the time of year we love, right? And it zips by so fast. You wake up, the games are on, you go to bed, not until the middle of the night, then you get back up again. Fun time of year, Greek. I wouldn't change it for anything.
No, I think everybody enjoys this time of year. There's so much going on. And the biggest thing is that you hear a lot of fans say is like, oh, I didn't know they were playing today because all the times are going on for the next couple of days. So you got to go to any of the websites, check out when these games are. They start at 12 o'clock like the NC tournament next Thursday, and they go all day and all night. What have you been looking at and what have you been seeing? And these conference tournaments, we talked about it, you and I, last week. These lines are pretty much, right on point because these teams have played each other a few times.
Yeah, the only difference is you get them on a neutral floor unless you're in a tournament like the Mountain West where UNLV gets home floor edge. But, you take them off their home floors, you put them on a neutral. I handicap it differently, Ski. Excuse me, my goodness, that's the guy I was just on with.
No problem.
I
handicap it differently.
Because a lot of handicappers would tell you the same thing. You kind of handicap non-conference season, November, December. You handicap conference regular season, January through the beginning of March, middle of March, and then you handicap conference tournament season, and then postseason tournaments. They're all different. Teams are desperate right now. I think odds makers. They kind of throw them up there because they have to do it fast and furious as well and, kind of lean on the big money to show them which way it should go. And it's never really accurate in all ways. I think you see more line moves that are incorrect during this time of season than that are correct or maybe 50-50 because of the unknown. Because we see it every year. A team runs 4 games in a row when you don't think they can and win a title. We've seen it a couple of times here now already with lower major conferences where teams that weren't expected to be there got there.
Yeah.
Didn't necessarily win, but got there. So I think it's a different style of handicapping. You got to be on top of it day to day. There's injuries that occur at night in these games that some are unaware about the next day. So got to be on top of it, but I like it.
Anything you're looking at today, Rob, where you're looking and you're saying, okay, this looks like something that could be interesting?
This afternoon, I played San Diego State, Greek. They are In fact, the team that gets the luck of the draw and has to go play UNLV at Thomas and Mack Center.
Oh, yeah.
They just played there. They just played there 9 days ago. Game was tied within the last minute. UNLV's freshman point guard makes a bucket and a couple of free throws, and UNLV walks away the winner. And then San Diego State follows that up with a loss at Boise State by 2 points again. So they've had two heartbreaking losses in a row heading into this. UNLV had a 5-game winning streak snapped Saturday night by Nevada in that in-state game. Nevada really from start to finish won that game. But I'm on the San Diego State side in the first half, and I'll tell you why I shaved it down to the first half. They're -2 first half. They're -4.5 full game. But for me, San Diego State, they can erase the memories of the last two games. This is a team that has 4 starters that played in the national title game last year. So tournament, venue, none of that stuff is going to faze them. They're used to it all. They have the revenge factor going for them, having just lost to this team 9 days ago. The other side has a freshman point guard, 18-year-old Deaton Thomas, who's been sensational, but he's still an 18-year-old point guard that hasn't been in this particular atmosphere before. For San Diego State, the reason why I picked the beginning of the game is I know Coach Dutcher, Brian Dutcher, can have this team, and he doesn't even really need to coach it. I think the veteran leadership knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Got to turn on the switch right now in this game from start to finish. You know what you're up against. And for Thomas, the point guard for UNLV, he does wear the bullseye on his chest now. And anybody who's watched San Diego State the last 2 years, maybe the last 10 years, knows about the perimeter defense that they play. I just think he's going to be under siege early from this team, a lot of energy on the San Diego State side. And I'll tell you real quick, San Diego State, in the game they lost to UNLV, they shot 28% from the field. Now, you could say to me, Rob, San Diego State generally not a good offensive team. You're absolutely right. But you know what? They played 18 Mountain West Conference games this year. 17 of those, they shot 40% or better. One game, they shot 28%. That was UNLV game. So to me, it's more of an outlier. UNLV hasn't shot 40% from the field in the last 5 games. So, overall, statistically, they might look equal, but I think San Diego State's way more consistent. They've got guys who have been there, made big shots. I'll try them first half laying 2. I think they might be up pretty big at the end of the first half here. So if any team's going to have jitters, even though they're on their home floor, I would expect it to be UNLV here and not San Diego State.
San Diego State, all right. So what time is that game this afternoon in Vegas?
I think it's like a 3 o'clock or 3:30 East. Let me see here.
Oh, Eastern?
Yeah, it's an afternoon East. They're the second game out there, so that makes it. Oh, here it is. No, it's 5:30 East, so 2:30 Pacific, 5:30 East.
Okay,
you got time.
All right. With the tournament coming up and the 1 seeds that we look at that we think basically are going to be the same, because we think UConn will be a 1 seed. They blew out today. They're talking about Houston, Arizona, maybe Purdue. And these teams also should win their tournaments. So for these teams to make a nice run, they got to win 9 in a row to win it all, which is, when you look at those 4 or 5 teams, that's a tough task depending on where they play and who they play against. And, again, can't lose a game if you're winning your tournament. Which team do you think has still got the best shot with it all? Would you still go with UConn?
I do think it's UConn. I'm watching them today, Greek. They're beating Xavier 50-42
in
the second half. And ESPN is coming with these alerts, close game alert, blah, blah, blah. And they win the game by,
27.
87-6.
37. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah. They were laying 15. First half was 32-33 or something like that. Did you watch the first half at all?
I didn't. I was on another show, but I picked it up at that 50-42 point.
Yeah.
And, they just, when they wanted to hit the gas, they hit the gas. I'll say this to your point about having to win so many in a row. It requires depth.
Sure.
And it requires geographically luck of the draw, right?
Yep.
You don't want to have to fly a zillion miles to start the tournament. So maybe they'll get, those teams will get seeded where they prefer to be seeded and then get to stay closer to home and not have to make long trips. But And one more thing about depth, real quick.
Yeah.
I just had this conversation about the Houston game that's coming up here in about 30 minutes. Houston's playing a revenge game
against TCU.
TCU, one of the teams that, they beat them by 1 point in Fort Worth earlier this year. Kelvin Sampson is just great in revenge games. And Kelvin Sampson, I'll just hit this Houston game real quick here. It's a team that it's the first year in the Big 12. His mindset, they've won the regular season.
Yeah.
I know they want to go out and win the conference tournament as well. Kansas, with the injuries, is out, but it's still a really good conference tournament. So I think they'll play with motivation and focus, which sometimes Power 5 teams who have something locked up don't do, but I think he will do. And they always play short rotations. Kelvin Sampson's known for playing 6-7 guys.
That's
period, end of story.
Yeah.
But when you get the 4-minute break, every commercial time, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, it kind of helps those teams. What you worry about is foul trouble always when you have short rotations, but you don't really worry about fatigue. So Houston, they are what they are. They're always the same team, very, very good defensively.
Yep.
We'll see if they can be consistent enough to shoot the basketball for this many straight, but I think they'll do it today against TCU.
That game, though, when you look at it, I mean, TCU, 21 wins, getting 12. A lot of points.
Yeah, I think when we just discussed it, we shortened it up to first half -6 Houston because their first half record is really, really good.
Yeah.
But, yes, they've given away leads in the second half. You make a great point. They gave away a lead to Baylor in Waco a couple of weeks ago where they were dominating the first half, and all of a sudden got out of there alive in overtime. For sure, 12 points is a lot for a team that's not noted for shooting real good. And Jamie Dixon's a great coach. I know you know from his Pitt days. TCU's a good – that whole conference is good. Somebody maybe to look for, Greek. I mean, down the road, North Carolina has a chance here to make a pretty good statement and get themselves – I guess if they would lock into a 2. Are they listed as a 1 right now? I don't even know.
They're listed as a 2. Because you got UConn and obviously Houston, Purdue, Arizona, and those 4.
All right, so if North Carolina were to win the ACC tournament, they looked really good today, and one of those Purdue's or Arizona's were to not win theirs, maybe UNC steps in. I think Kentucky's got an absolute chance. Got to play a little more defense, but they've got such a talented team. And we'll just, as you mentioned, it depends on who you get paired with, where the bracket is, where you fly, and a lot of that depends on how you do this weekend. So we'll see. It'll be a fun next 3-4 days for sure.
Arizona's the team who's just been blown out. They lost the other day. They got a revenge game today. They just got beat last week by USC, last game in the year. I like Arizona today to rock and roll and to blow USC right out of the door. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it'll be a really good test for Arizona because USC was not healthy all season long. Then they got their backcourt tandem back, Isaiah Collier and Boogie Ellis, and all of a sudden USC, under Andy Enfeld, a team that was really, really talented and highly touted to start the year, is playing better as the end of the season progresses. But to that point, Greek, USC is going to play this game up-tempo the way Arizona loves it. And Arizona's so capable of these 13-2s, these 15-4, these types of runs where they get the separation and hold it. You're always afraid to bet against them. I'd be more inclined to bet over in that game. I don't think either of these teams is not going to be able to score. I think the total was 156.5, so you're looking at 78 aside. If I had to bet the side, I'd probably be on the Arizona team with the revenge. But USC is kind of that team that's in desperation mode right now to try and win the tournament to get in.
Yeah, I know.
All the bad things that happened this season. So, but I think it'll be high scoring for sure, entertaining.
Arizona, though, like I said, they've been blowing everybody out. They did, win the conference, and then they played USC the other night, Saturday. And, that's something for them to remember. But I think Arizona's going to come out there. I just think they got too much, and they're a good team. They're another team that I look at, like you said, good odds with them, good odds with Kentucky, good odds with North Carolina. These teams are like, 20, 22 to 1 to win the whole thing. And again, I've said to people, if you're going to bet the tournament, you got to bet it before Selection Sunday because once selection comes down, the odds do drop.
Yeah, and when you just mentioned North Carolina, we can't forget that they're led this year by Caleb Love, North Carolina guard, who's been through all this before and actually had made big shots on big stages. So, Tommy Lloyd, the head coach, I think his head coaching, much like, I always question Matt Painter. Maybe I've said it to you before, but Tommy Lloyd's one of these guys who needs to break through at some point and win something to get the credit that maybe he deserves as a former Gonzaga assistant. So we'll see. I mean, Arizona, offensively, they're as talented as anybody in the country, absolutely loaded, and they're difficult to defend. So, like I said, if they get one of those spurts, Greek, they don't look back.
No.
They really don't look back.
Talking to Rob Vino from WagerTalk.com. How about in the NBA? Anything you've been looking at? Some over-unders or any teams that you see? Celtics, had a little bit of a couple. They lost a couple of games. All of a sudden, the world was coming down. Then they finished the road trip really strong. They're home tonight against Phoenix. They do look to me like the team out of the East, I think, miles ahead of Milwaukee.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what happened to Milwaukee the other night in Sacramento just proves it again that Boston's miles ahead of Milwaukee. Doc Rivers, you read the quotes after the game. It's always excuses upon excuses upon excuses. And at some point for Milwaukee, that's got to end. When you watch them play, Greek, I don't know, aesthetically, Damian Lillard just doesn't look like he's comfortable playing on that team. Everything looks like a force, looks like a struggle. Yet you watch him at the All-Star break and you watch him sink threes.
Oh, yeah.
Like he hasn't missed a beat. So you wonder, and I get there's no defense in an All-Star game or in those contest-style things over the weekend, but still, he was shooting the ball as well as ever. So there's something there. A couple of things real quick I'll talk to about NBA. Phoenix in that Boston game.
Yeah.
For Boston, it's the first home game off of a 5-game road trip. Jaylen Brown, it looks like maybe Jaylen Brown's not.
We lose him?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Okay. That was our buddy Rob Vino. Maybe he will call back. He's talking about the Celtics tonight playing against the Phoenix Suns, and he was just saying Jaylen Brown might not be playing, so maybe we'll get Rob right back. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. He was also talking about San Diego State, UNLV. San Diego State's minus 4.5. He does like them over UNLV. All week, you have the conference tournaments for college basketball. And again, if you win your tournament, you are getting an automatic bid into the NCAA, the Madness. Portland's playing the Knicks tonight. Knicks laying a lot of points, laying 11. We did talk about that. Knicks after a home and home with Philly, and now they're back out in Portland. That's one of those games where, you know what, that is a lot of points to give Portland. If I was leaning, I would definitely lean the other way. TCU and Houston, he did talk about. They're playing at 3 o'clock today, and that is Houston minus 11 over TCU. Arizona USC, both at 3 o'clock today, and Arizona's laying 9.5. We did talk about the NBA and some of the games going on tonight. You got the Suns and Celtics. You have the Wizards and Rockets, Bulls and Clippers. They are going at it. And also you got the Nuggets and Spurs are tomorrow night. Clippers and Pelicans tonight. Magic's playing Toronto. Magic's another good team that always does very well, so you can watch that too. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday afternoon. College conference tournaments. Are you excited? You should be. If you like it, make sure you're on the Hard Rock app. You can get the action there, bet on everything, bet on the teams to win it all, and just consume it. Want to thank Rob Vino. I think we did lose him now. But, Rob, thank you so much for calling in. Rob Vino is on WagerTalk.com. Great website that's free with tons of information. So if you guys want to bet on it, make sure you go there and get all the information. Also, Visa Network, we have Kelly. That's our good friends and partners with the 1230 Gambler. Always a lot of great information there. And sportsmemo.com. 3 websites that are free that give you a lot of information about sports betting. Jimmy, thanks for all your help. Great job.
Thank you very much, Greek. Great job. And have yourself a great afternoon. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
That's right. Watch Ohio State tonight and Washington State. 2 games in college basketball. It is the Greek, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. Give him a call today, 561-689-8180. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to warm up. We are headed into the 70s, but our highs are back in the low to mid 80s later today. Still a little above average for this time of year. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures will continue increasing as we move through the weekend. We're going to be in the upper 80s by Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
8 glorious weekends of merriment and mayhem. 12 stages with continuous entertainment and fun for the whole family. The Florida Renaissance Festival celebrates a different and exciting theme each and every weekend in February and in March at Quiet Waters Park in Deerfield Beach. Tickets available now at ren-fest.com. Sponsored in part by Comcast.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
See this garage door? I gotta be honest with you. It's ugly. I mean, successful, attractive homeowner like you, it's time to move on. This is not the garage door your parents thought you'd spend the rest of your life with. And that ain't true with everything in life, don't get me wrong. I mean, honey, if you're listening, you can't divorce me just because I'm no longer the handsome stud you married. But your garage door? The neighbors all think you can totally do better. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Let us show you how many sexy new alternatives there are. Just waiting for someone like you. You swipe right on a beautiful new design, we install everything in a lovely ceremony, and you and your new garage door live happily ever after. For better, not worse. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come make it right. Maybe I should pick up some flowers on the way home.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
It's the luck of the Cats. Celebrate Panthers Patty Fest, presented by Jameson, pregame on Saturday, March 16th for your Florida Panthers battle it out with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Purchase your limited ticket package today and enjoy light bites, Jameson cocktail samples, and a commemorative coin or pin. Get your Patty Fest tickets now at FloridaPanthers.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2133.